Okay, hello and hello. What is up, guys? What is up? Let's switch to the camera. Okay, we should be good. We should be good. I wasn't sure how many people were already connected. I am a couple of minutes early, so I suppose we should wait a little bit until everyone else joins who was planning to join, right? Let me see what can I do with my... Welcome in everyone who is already here. Let me just see what can I do with my windows. Can I see myself and the chat at the same time? That would be lovely. Okay. Hello Uri, how are you? Let me just check if I'm doing this right. So your name is Uri Herrera. That's how I would naturally pronounce it. And since you're not American, I suppose I could be quite close, right? If I don't force the English way of pronunciation, usually I get it right if I avoid English, right? Alrighty, alrighty. Let's see who else wants to join in the first couple of minutes, since I'm early a couple of them. Let me just refresh my stream over here and see how that works. It's close enough. Okay, okay. I would love to nail it right next time. You wouldn't like to hear my name, my actual name. You will next time when we talk, but it's not very good for English-speaking people. Refresh this one. Let me just... Actually, I'm gonna just paste my link to a couple more places, like, I don't know, Mastodon and Twitter. Maybe someone will pick it up. YouTube, videos, live. This one. Watch, copy. All right, let's go to Mastodon, just for funsies. Nobody ever joins from there, but never mind. They hate YouTube, which is fine. I'm not logged in. Okay, that's a bit bad. Let's try Firefox. So how many people do we have even in chat at this moment? I want to wait for a couple of more people to join so I can start reading a little bit about Nitrux, so that there is not too much repetitive sentences, to the best of my abilities. Copy this and paste. Okay, I have pasted it on Mastodon with Nitrux hashtag. Is that the right one? I think it is. Okay, let's see if I can do Twitter, if I'm still logged in there. I'm not. Okay, what about this browser? I'm not logged in here as well. Okay, that's a bit shit. Let's try from my phone. Actually, I don't care about Twitter. I only have gamer followers there, so they won't care too much about that. And okay, we can close this window and go here. And okay, it says 4 viewers, right? Alexandros, welcome in. Hello. How are you, Alexandros? Okay, that's a little bit trouble for me to read. Should it be Joachim Schneider or like with a J as a first letter? I'm I suppose if the surname is Schneider, then it's a Germanic, surname. So I suppose the first letter is not J, as in what English people would say. Is this the Amiga OS talk? What made you think that this is Amiga OS talk? I mean, I put the title Nitrux Linux, right? So from that perspective, it should be about Nitrux, right? I did have one Amiga operating system talk, but that's not the one today. If there will be enough people who are interested in more retro Amiga computing, I will do more of that, no problem. I love Amiga. I have, if you were on my other stream with about Amiga, and then you already know that I have Amiga 1200, but as I said, let's go with the Nitrux today. Nitrux is great for gaming, isn't it? Well, it does pre-prepared for gaming, so from that perspective it should be good. It supports all free and open source graphics drivers along with NVIDIA drivers as well. It does come with Steam pre-prepared and some other gaming software. So from that perspective it definitely should be good for playing video games. Because for video games, all you need is software to run them and drivers. So it should be good. Family of 3 says Uncle Grandpa, good morning. Well, good morning, New Continent as well. So for those of you who are already in, we have Uri Herrera, who is a developer, well, and the main boss for Nitrux Linux with us in the chat, so feel free to say hello to Uri. And I think 6 concurrent viewers is pretty fine. How are we with time? 02. Okay, let's switch to the... Okay, I'm in trouble. Why do I have black screen? That's not good. Okay, I can get my face or the monitor, so that's not very good. Okay, here we go. So we are on the homepage of Nitrux, right? And let's meet Nitrux. Let's read a little bit about it so that all of you are familiar with what it is. In short terms, Nitrux is, let's say, yet another Linux, but not exactly yet another one, right? So most of the Linux distributions are based on, let's say, traditional format, right? You have usually sysvinit as an init daemon. Lately, all of them are on systemd, while Nitrux is on OpenRC as init daemon, but that's not the highlight, right? The highlight is the packaging system, which is app images, or should I just say app images, and what else is important is that this is a mutable distribution, and what that means for you, if you are not familiar with the expression, basically the whole base of the operating system, if I can put it in the simple terms, right? It is not getting updated in the standard way. You're not updating application by application. You're not exchanging files on your system folder, right, on the root folder, but rather everything is pre-packaged by the Nitrux developers as one whole. Well, let's call it a box with the lack of better wording. So when it's time for a new update, then the whole operating system just drops on top of your existing one. It basically replaces your current system with a new one, right? If you have an Android phone, basically it's relatively similar to that, right? So you don't really know what's going on your Android phone in terms of updates unless you unless you dig deeper into how it works, right? But if you have ever experienced an Android update, this is also immutable and basically atomic updates, right? So what it means is that if it doesn't succeed in updating, in deploying the new image, the new version of the operating system, then the old one, the one that works, will not be destroyed, right? So let's say that you have an operating system, new one lands, and then the old one is not used anymore, and then you transition to the new operating system, usually by the means of a reboot, right? So with the new operating system, you get everything new version of KDE, new version of core operating system tools, right? Core, what do they call them? I'm a little bit stuck with my brain, so let's just avoid the words that I cannot remember. And once again, my screensaver kicks in. I really need to do something about the screensaver. What was the name? Kill all hyper idle, right? So that's my screensaver kicker. So where were we? We have atomic updates on the immutable distro. You get a new version of the operating system. You get everything basically new in the base system, while your applications that you have installed on your desktop are kept where they are not, well, destroyed, right? They are kept on a different file system, on a different partition, if you want, and they are kept as you have configured it. Your home folder is kept. So let's read a little bit about it before I talk too much and make your brain burn, right? So Nitrux as a glance. Nitrux is a 64-bit only Linux desktop distribution built from Debian. So the first thing that people think when they see the word Debian, they think that they will use the apt system to install packages. However, apt system is completely removed from Nitrux because it would be pretty useless, as in every other immutable distribution, because immutable means that you cannot really use apt. Even if apt would be kept within your reach, if you could execute apt command, it would not be able to write to the system partition, right? So it would be useless. It uses the Calamares installer. I think most of you are pretty familiar with that one, and includes the NX desktop on the KDE Plasma 5 desktop environment and the KDE applications suite. So what NX desktop means, let's click it here and let me read it by the developer's own words. And I kind of expected this click to lead to the page explaining what NX desktop is. Did I click the wrong thing? I did not click the wrong thing. Okay. Basically, while I'm trying to find the official explanation for the NX desktop, it is customized KDE by the Nitrux developers, right? So one of the Uri Herrera says it is great for many things, including gaming, and is one of the main uses I give to my desktop and laptop. Alrighty. So for those of you wondering, if you are familiar with default KDE theme, I think it's called Breeze, if I'm not mistaken. I forget these names because I'm not that involved into theming. But the main person who is actually responsible for the main theme that you all use by default in KDE is pretty much Uri, the developer of this distribution. So without diving too much into the history, which I'm going to leave for the next video that I'm preparing, you can simply know that without Uri, you wouldn't really have such a nice default theme, right, on your KDE desktop if you use KDE, right, Plasma. So KDE Plasma 5 is built by default on the current version of Nitrux. The reasoning behind KDE being version 5 is because it works. It is still supported, and as far as I understand, the Nitrux developers are working on their own desktop environment to replace Plasma to the best of their I would say knowledge, but that's not the word that I meant. Maybe abilities, right? Alrighty. Focused on simplicity. So Nitrux emphasizes the use of app images to manage the end user software. If you are unaware of the app images, but most of you are aware of Flatpaks, so I will just draw a small comparison, right? So Flatpaks are not that different from app images, but basically they are. So the app image is basically usually just one file that you download, and within it, it is like a container, right? So it contains everything that you need to run this application. While Flatpak, while you can download a Flatpak file from a website of the developer who prepared this Flatpak for you, and it is quite possible that it is just one file that contains everything inside this one container. This is where the similarities basically stop, because Flatpak is mostly designed to make use of shared libraries, right? And it is usually designed to use distribution source, like a flat hub. So the flat hub is the most known Flatpak source. While there are many Flatpak sources in the world, this one is the most known because it contains basically the biggest amount of Flatpak applications, right, and libraries. And the applications who use the same library can in fact use the same library, so the space on the hard drive is a little bit saved, right, in this method. Similar stuff is happening with the Snap package format made by Canonical, first of all by Ubuntu, but then a lot of other Debian-based distributions and others are also using the Snap packaging format. But the Snap packaging format is centralized in terms of having only one source, which is controlled by Canonical. So let's say that Flatpak is a little bit more free than the Snap, right? And app images are, in a way, even more free in terms of, you would just go to the source when you would download it, and you just run it, right? And you're going to see how it works in Nitrux. It is a little bit more simplified than I explained it. Nitrux also does not use systemd as its init system, like most Linux distributions do nowadays. Instead, it uses OpenRC, and simpler init and service manager. So MAUI kit and MAUI apps. Nitrux includes a suite of convergent applications called MAUI apps. We use MAUI kit, our free and open source convergent cross-platform UI framework, to create these applications. You're going to see them very quickly when we install the operating system. Updates software on every release. So this is what I explained, or tried to explain in the beginning. Nitrux is very up to date. So by up to date, don't think that this means a rolling distribution, because rolling usually means something else. But if rolling to you means that you have an up-to-date applications, then in that light you could call Nitrux a rolling distribution. But the biggest downside of actually rolling distributions is that they break. They break usually because the maintainers of different applications are not synchronized with each other. So one of the maintainers is maintaining libraries, which is being used by this application. So this guy updates libraries. This guy follows the libraries updates and compiles its own software for use with these libraries. But the other maintainer did not update the other software that was depending on this library, and there is no more the old version of the library in the repository, and now this application is temporarily broken until this maintainer catches up. And without going too deeply into this, this is the most common scenario that you will see in distributions such as Arch Linux, right? What Nitrux does to give you the latest applications is basically they package everything in. I'm not entirely sure what's their cadence of releases, but let's guess that it's roughly 1 month or maybe a bit more between releases, maybe 2 months. I'm not sure. Maybe Uri can correct me on that. But when it's time for a new release, it will simply drop on your current operating system, and then you will have everything refreshed all at once, right? And there will be no there cannot be breakages between packages because everything is prepared as a one big group, right? Joachim says libraries like glibs 241 broke lots of games. Okay, Uri says usually it's 1 month or sometimes 2. Okay, so I was pretty much spot on with the timings, right? Nitrux is very up to date thanks to the use of latest Debian base. So this is where Nitrux is pulling its core operating system functionality, right, from Debian packages and the Liquorix kernel. And we are going to get to what Liquorix kernel is. Okay, maybe we can just read the rest of the sentence, right? And an enthusiast Linux kernel designed for uncompromised responsiveness in interactive systems. Nitrux includes additional performance enhancements such as allowing inodes to be placed at any location on the file system, compression using ZSTD with compression at level 6, and verification of compressed blocks using a checksum to avoid corruption. Okay, this is actually a very good compression in my opinion. I did a little bit of research on those when I was installing my last Linux operating system, and I picked this one in conjunction with the Butterfile system for my personal use, of course. High performance desktop workstation. Alexei says Liquorix kernel has bad reputation. Alexei, to the best of my knowledge, Nitrux offers you more Linux kernels, if I remember correctly, so you should be able to swap to a mainline kernel, right? But maybe Uri can answer this one without me needing to dig through the instructions right now, because I was thinking about doing that after we install the operating system. Additionally, Nitrux includes enhancements such as a better garbage collector and asynchronous garbage collection, avoiding the synchronous updating access on modification times, Z-swap enabled by default, and also changes include the rate at which VFS caches are reclaimed, enabling asynchronous non-blocking input-output and reducing the aggressivity when the kernel swaps out anonymous memory relative to page cache and other caches. Users can use kernel boot and use other packaged kernels, Uri says. Uri, how is it if we swap to a regular mainline kernel, which I suspect is possible, does this affect the update procedure in any way or other functionalities? I'm not talking about the speed of the operating system. I'm just talking about pure functionality. Will will anything break regarding system updates, atomic updates, or the way how file system works, or will it just affect the responsiveness or the speed or what? Let's just read it a little bit more because this page is rather long, but I just want to go through the main 6 points. Exceptional system integrity. Nitrux is an immutable Linux distribution, meaning no changes occur to the content of the root directory by default. We use overlay root, which allows us to provide new distribution versions more accurately. An immutable operating system is a system that once installed cannot be modified. On Nitrux, the root directory is default set to be immutable, meaning no changes occur to its contents. It makes the system more resistant to tampering, malware, and simplifies maintenance. Nino Hedgie says Liquorix kernel in terms of how it's built is a lot like Zen kernel for Arch Linux. Okay. What could I use Nitrux for? Well, just about anything. It can perform many functions that any computer could use. Surf the internet, word process, email, spreadsheet, listen to music, watch movies, chat, games, photo, editing, content creation, whatever you want. And then you go ahead and install Nitrux, which will guide you through the process of giving you an advice on which tools not to use for preparing the ISO image and which tools you should use. So one of the tools that was approved by Nitrux Linux was Ventoy, and since I already have Ventoy prepared, I went with that. Alrighty, we can use we can read a lot more of this a little bit later. So let's go ahead and switch to my T580 ThinkPad for now. Pressing F12 on my keyboard. Alrighty, let's fire up something. Alrighty, USB. Let's do something tangible, right? I was hoping actually that we would get some more viewers in chat because I think the Nitrux operating system is rather interesting, to say the least. I'll just gonna leave it at that. It is interesting and it is worth checking out, and the rest you can judge by on your own. Nino says, to clarify, aim of Liquorix kernel is to make system perform better. Uri says, building the NVIDIA proprietary driver with boot Nitrux Live. Okay, let's go with the default option. Building the NVIDIA proprietary driver with DKMS could fail if the kernel is too new. I've seen that happen, though not in Nitrux, to be fair. But then again, we ship the latest NVIDIA drivers, so the likelihood of that occurring is small. Alexei says, not a fan of KDE, so only slight interesting in my case. Okay. Okay, so I pressed unified outputs, but as usual, KD5 has a small issue with that, and this is not a Nitrux issue, but rather a KD5 issue, because I have had this on every KD5 installation. Basically, the panel is not showing up on my laptop, which is not a big of a deal because you guys are seeing the panel, but I would kind of prefer it to show up on both of my screens. Oh, here we have a problem. Yeah, this is a KDE5 issue. Where Where did the other screen go? Okay, let's do this again. So this one is at 125. I guess that's fine. Let's get this one to 125 as well. Since they are unified, they should unifyingly follow each other. But they're not doing that because KDE. Anyways, now I see the exact same content on both screens. I am now happy and we can continue. Alexei is not a fan of KDE. That is perfectly fine. Let's install. Okay, we don't have internet yet. Let's plug in the internet cable. I don't know if it's required for this installation, but let it be. Let's go next. Let's go with Europe. Okay, next. Generic PC keyboard. I'm perfectly okay with that. What is your name? The name helps identify the actual user of the account. Okay, my name is Linux Renaissance. My username can be Dart. Choose a host name for this computer. Let's call it Nitrux. Nitrux, choose a password. All right. Additional user configuration options. Warning, disabling password strength validation can lead to weaker passwords. Okay. Let's see if my password is too weak. Do we want automatic login? I suppose for this demo we could do that. Oh, my password actually is too weak. Let's disable that for a moment because I don't want a complex password for this demo. But it's good that the system is thinking about it. So select storage device. We have only one SSD in our computer, so no choices there. Should we install alongside the existing Debian from a couple of days ago? We don't want that. Do we want to replace a partition with Nitrux? Do we want to erase the disk or do we want manual partitioning? So what I would prefer to do when testing a new distribution, however, I have already installed it a couple of times before, but in order to show what the developer has imagined for the end user, I prefer to use the, kill the disk and let the operating system do the thing for you. So this is usually just regarding how large the swap will be. When it comes to a laptop usage, I actually do tend to use Hibernate sometimes. So if I choose the swap with Hibernate, I would expect the system to see that I have 16 gigs of RAM and make my swap partition larger than 16 gigs, right? So let's go ahead with this. And what is the swap value here? Swap. I'm a bit blind. Swap is 17 gigabytes. Okay, good. This is what we would expect. Let me just move my head from here and let's next with this location, keyboard, partitions. Okay, so it will create a GPT partition table with the 100 megabytes for the ESP partition, for the grub application, another 100 megabytes for the boot partition. Then it will create 22. What is this? 220 gigabytes is this for the root? Or is it, am I blind? How many numbers is this? 6 numbers. Then it is 220 gigs. And then another 640 gigs for the home. And 95 gigs for the var lib. And 17 more for swap. Okay, if you are on, I don't think the root partition needs 220 gigs, to be honest, but let's not do manual partitioning this time. The Nitrux installer is about to kill your hard drive with no way to get your data back anymore. Okay, I agree. Let's go ahead and install the thing. Black text on dark gray needs to be fixed. Alexei, I rushed it with reading, but I think you read it correctly. Yes, I think you did. But we can check the file system after the install. And the black text maybe is a little bit harder on my eyes. And also my capture card is not perfect. It's a really cheap one. So on the stream, it should look a little bit worse than it is on the actual, on my actual screen. But some better contrast, I suppose, could be could make me read it a little bit faster. I'm blind even without the this contrast. I usually wear glasses, to be honest. Okay, this is progressing rather fast. So we are going to be finished with the installation pretty quickly. Uri says the values in Calamares are set accordingly to percentages that vary depending on the size of the storage device, as most distributions do. Fixed sizes do not work with our setup. The reason, Uri, why I said 220 is too much, in my opinion, is because of the because of how the Nitrux is designed. Right, you're not, to the best of my understanding, in any immutable distribution, you're not supposed to expand it, right? Let's say the Steam Deck. Steam Deck has two 5 gigabyte partitions because their operating system fits in size 5 gigabytes. So the way they do it, they have one partition for the working system and another one for the update. Both are 5 gigs. So Valve has decided that 5 is enough, so they do 5, right? So if Nitrux does not expand, then I wouldn't expect 220 to be, how would I put it? I wouldn't leave it to Calamares if this is tunable. I mean, what is the what can I do with these 220 gigabytes? Can I put anything in there? That is the actual question. Can I put anything into that partition that is 220 gigabytes, or is the entire one immutable but only filled like 5%? That's what I meant. Of course, the if I would do this for myself, I would go with manual partitioning and simply set it to the I don't know. I would go to Nitrux website and educate myself on what is the ideal size for the system partition, and simply set it to the Nitrux specification and leave the rest for the home. Crony says listening to stream while doing a yearly Bloodborne playthrough. Okay, good stuff. Do you play at 60 FPS on your PC through the latest port, or just your PS4 version? I'm just wondering. The PC port became rather popular lately. Alexis says if the drive is 4 terabyte, then the root would be around 1 terabyte. Uri says right. Unfortunately, Calamares doesn't support using percentages and fixed sizes. The root in reality only needs 8 gigs. It's either percentages or fixed sizes. That is why manual partition is the default options. Okay. Okay. In theory, we can reinstall it once again because the installation is pretty quick. Let's press done and prepare to unplug Ventoy. Okay, I have unplugged Ventoy and let's leave it to boot itself up. If you guys want, we can do another reinstall a little bit later and do manual partitioning. Shouldn't be a big deal. Should auto login, and once again we need to press the project and unify outputs, and once again KD did not do the job properly. Let's scale the other one. Okay, and keep. Okay, we're good with that. So I'm just catching up with chat. So we are done. So the first thing I suspect would be software installation, right? Or can we just check the? Let's check the partitions, right? Let's check partitions here. We have a theme in our shell, which looks a little bit like ZSH coupled with something like oh my ZSH. Let's see if this is ZSH. Yeah, it is. Okay. Not surprising. And let's see. Let's see what this is. GLX vendor. Okay, a little bit of tuning for the end user, so the end user doesn't need to tinker too much. Okay. Power level 10K from OMIZSH. Okay. Very transparent when you see these things. Okay, good. So let's how do we maximize this? Can I just do this and the Control Shift plus is not doing what I would expect it to do. Okay, so how do I zoom in without being dumb too much? That's just search. Okay, without reading the manual, how would you go about and increasing the font size? Settings. Let's go with tutorial. Let's make ourselves smarter. Up and down. Swipe up and down. Okay, what is the size of the font? When using a keyboard, you can use the following shortcuts to navigate: split, new tab, find, switch. The Alexei says control mouse and wheel. Amir, hi, welcome in. Control, what did you say? Control plus mouse wheel. It's not that. Well, I can admit of being stupid sometimes and not reading the manual. So station is good for my eyes, not that good for the stream. So it is what it is for now. Maybe I can fix this problem by zooming in the entire KD as a quick fix. Settings and font sizes. Okay. In KD or just these applications? Font size. Okay. Let's go with, I don't know, 14. Maybe even 16. This is good for the stream. I mean, this is good for an end user, and I probably would not change this once I set the font to what suits me. But what I do on a live stream is I always magnify things for the stream, and after the stream I simply let it reset back to what I like to have on my screen. That's the thing, right? That's why I like to use Ctrl+Shift+ or something along those lines. So what do we have here? Alexei asked which file system, right? Okay, so let's go with first tab just to double check on this. So FE doesn't matter at this point. XFS on media root. All right. And the overlay. I'm just trying to make sense of this. Okay, so the home partition is whatever you read is F2FS, and the lib is that one as well. So what would be F2FS? Isn't that the one that Samsung uses or develops? I'm just talking out of my ass now. But I think this is for flash cards. I mean, not for flash cards, but it makes the best use of flash cards in phones or stuff like that. Or maybe I mixed it up with another one. But it kind of vibes in my head that this is a Samsung developed file system. Actually, we have a web browser here. Flash-friendly file system. Okay, then I don't have to check it. But Alexis says that I am stuck with what I created during the installation. Well, okay. Okay. What is the... Let me just double check something. What is the XFS for? So XFS is for the entire read-only root partition, right? The one that is 220 gigs at the moment, right? So media root read-only, and that one is home lib tmpuffs, fine. Overlay root. Now I'm being sorry that I didn't install a previous version of Nitrux and then upgraded it live in front of you. But we can still do that afterwards. We can still download an older version just for fun. There is a lot going on here. It would take me a little bit of time to understand how things are put together. So I'm not even going to pretend that I can do this live on stream, talk at the same time as research into how this is put together. Uri says neither shrinkable. Okay. Let's go ahead and kill this application and go with the package manager. So file manager here. There is a lot of accent on making things, how do I put it, pretty out of the box. I mean, this is maybe a subjective thing, but dark theming together with a nice touch on icons and everything feeling consistent in terms of design language. This is something that vibes with me, because generally in the world of Linux you are not afforded, maybe that's not that the right word, right? You don't have in the Linux world, we don't have this luxury of being able to have a unified theming on every software that we use, right? At the very least, there is a large gap between GTK and Qt based software, right? It is themable to a certain degree, but when Advaita comes into play, then all hell breaks loose, right? So it's not like you can escape it completely unless an operating system developer, such as in this case, steps up and makes their own lineup of applications, right? What's that grid in the top left corner of the window? It seems to be a set of folders. This one is root, this one is home. It gives me a small tooltip. This one is desktop, this one is documents, downloads, music, pictures. I'm just waiting for tooltip, videos, and the last one did not pop up. This one is once again root. No, this one is root. What's the difference between these two? I'm not sure. It is a bug in the way Kirigami loads icons. For some reason, when the scaling is over 100, Kirigami will use a larger icon and paint it in if a specific color is used. Alexei says, do they have the same icons, or is YouTube compression hiding details? Well, let's switch. Are we, first of all, are we in Wayland session at all? Like settings, system settings. Where is the about this system? We indeed are in a Wayland session, so fractional scaling should generally not be a problem. But if you guys are okay with me scaling back to 100%, I can do that. configure this desktop settings. Okay, let's go to 100%. Keep it. And now, everything is frozen, literally. But you know, KD5 has a definite problem with the unifying two outputs. But I really didn't expect everything to freeze. So from that perspective, I may have to either kill the desktop session or reboot. I can't move my mouse. I can't press any keys on the keyboard, and pressing Ctrl-Alt-F keys doesn't really do anything. So I can't switch to the text console either. Queen X11, can I switch to... Oh, I should remove the automatic login if I want to switch to X11. But at this point, something crashed hard enough so that it doesn't accept my Ctrl-Alt-F keys. So I can't really troubleshoot if the base operating system is still alive, since I cannot log in, right? Queen Wayland is also used with SDDM. So if it dies, everything dies. Yeah, I have had a lot of problems with my KDE5 installation recently, but in that one I used X11 specifically. Let's go ahead and remove the auto login. Users. So that's not exactly here. Oh, that's in SDDM then. Login. Startup. Desktop session. Discard. Start with an empty session. I like this default. That won't work. You must use overlay root. Time for documentation. So you mean switching to X11 won't work without documentation? I mean, I'm fine with Wayland, except for KDE bugs which will not be ironed out, right? Okay, let's just stay on 125 then. Let's stay on 125. I'm increasing to 125 on my monitor so that it is synchronized, and once again it's frozen. Well, let's kill it again. It really doesn't like me to change the scaling percentage. I hope both monitors will be at 125 now, so that I don't have to change it anymore. Uri says the SDDM KCM edits, it is read-only. Okay. Marshmallow, app images can be good or bad. Is that a question or a statement? You are missing a very small interpunction. All right, we are not at 125. Okay, the system didn't die this time, but I'm going to reboot anyway. I want it to remember my settings. And let's have a clean boot. Can I reboot from here? Or should I just do this? Reboot. I saw some up armor messages. Okay, we're back. So, the software center. Let's finally install something. Okay, so if I would pretend that this is my work computer, let's just use the maximize button here. I would install Remina. Let's say Remina is a remote desktop application that I use at work. So let's see if this is available in here. I think I typed the name properly. I can check on the internet in case I misspelled it. Remina. Reject everything. Remina. Okay, I did a good job at typing the name. And the software center is searching. I'm not sure if it is collecting any database at the first run, but it is definitely spinning for now. Store applications and progress. Get Plasma browser integration, notifications. Then we have input method here. Only has English for now because we didn't put anything else in there. Night color control is active at 5000 kelvins at the moment. Okay. Now I have turned it off. It's a little bit more blue. I have turned it on again. Okay, easier on the eyes, definitely. Battery at 99% and charging still. Can we click it? Keyboard brightness. Okay, this works. You cannot see it, but I can see it on my keyboard. Power profile. We can go to performance mode because we are connected to the charger, so battery will not mind. Battery 2, battery 1. Okay, what is the next icon? Display configuration. Okay, I could have done it this way, right? But I'm used to pressing the shortcut keys. So this is networking with all of the Wi-Fi's in my vicinity, right? And the last icon looks like NVIDIA mode. Hybrid is currently in use. Hybrid is currently in use. So I guess this is a fair default in case the laptop has 2 graphics cards. However, mine does not. Mine only has an integrated Intel card and nothing else. It's a fairly weak laptop. Processes in game mode. 0 processes, vaults, create encrypted vaults, lock keys, KDE Connect, show notifications from your devices using KDE Connect, disks and devices, Bluetooth, no adapters available. I think I disabled Bluetooth in my BIOS, so this is not surprising. Clipboard contents, some more input methods. Okay, and here we have a calendar, a little bit zoomed in because of the scaling. Okay, so the software center is apparently still thinking about my search. Applications. Let's go to the... let's delete this. Okay, let's go with something by default. What do you guys want me to install? I'm going to try searching for Remina once again a little bit later. This is not an intro screen, right? Let's kill it and go from scratch with the software center. The first screen looked a little bit different. Oh yeah, the bar on the left, conversing, case snip, extend view, Krita, draw pile, Maui apps. ChatGPT app image. This is not ChatGPT judging, but maybe it is. This is a ChatGPT icon. Okay, I'm silly. I'm being silly. Let's see what will this install. I'm just curious. Get this one. Okay, so when you click get, it will go to the offer of files. If I recall correctly, it can offer multiple sources or something like this. Chat. It did not immediately appear in the menu, but that doesn't mean it's not there. So where could it go? Not here. Definitely not here. Definitely not here. Okay, I'm gonna find it later. Back. Let's install something else. I didn't even want ChatGPT. Ungoogled Chromium, Balena Etcher, Brave browser. Okay, I'm a Brave user. Let's get this one. Available packages to download. No available packages for Brave. Okay, so that's a little bit unfortunate. What was the hub? Up image hub. Where does that go? Did that open my browser? Oh, the default switching is also nice. But I suppose we're not getting Brave this time. Let's go with GIMP. Get GIMP. Why there are no available packages for GIMP? This is, I would say this is unexpected. I mean, I would expect GIMP to be available. OBS, no available packages. Applications, your installed app images will appear here. Okay, let's run some documentation. Nitrux Linux. Okay, so let's go to, I suppose, resources, changelog, notes, known issues. Known issues. Oh, this is sorted by the versions of the operating system. Okay, let's see for the latest. Selecting a region in a time zone in Calamares. Okay, there is no network connectivity with VirtualBox. Vadroid DKMS fails to build NVIDIA. That's not relevant today. The window manager sets the default display scaling to 125 on some hardware. Well, this is, I wouldn't call this a bug. I mean, usually the desktop environment does fractional scaling to the what it receives as a size from the monitor and calculates what could be the ideal scaling. So I'm not sure if this is even supposed to be called a bug. Plasma firewall disconnects. Uri says, by the looks of it, their API is broken now. Okay, so we are using the API from the App Image Hub, right? Let's go to App Image Hub webpage. App Image Hub. App Image Hub. Okay, let's see what they say. Welcome. We have 1500 files. App Image Launcher. Browse apps. Graphics. GIMP. Okay, they definitely have GIMP. Let's see if they have status of sorts, like we are having issues or not having issues with the server or something like that. Services. Open desktop, community discussion, frequently asked questions, API. Let's go open the API. About, contact, imprint, blog, download, join our chat. There is no status of their servers. Nitrux Software Center is listed here. Chat. Community. Chat. Where does the chat lead? Oh, to their matrix room. Interesting. Interesting if it leads to the matrix room. Let's see. Let's see which room is that. Chat.opendesktop.org. And this one redirects further. I just want to see which room is that so I can manually join with my Matrix client. Welcome. Okay, the App Image Hub did not do the best job with the chat link. But I can do this from my phone, right? It will automatically open my Matrix application. That could help. And then I will switch to the desktop. So the site is App Image Hub. Okay, chat, and on my phone it is forcing me to install Element. And it doesn't give me an option to use Element X. This Matrix thing is really odd sometimes. Try again, go back. Okay. I give up on that website. I just wanted to see if it is, if they have an information on the API status, right? So if they don't want to tell me what is their chat room so I can join manually, then what can I do? Chat.opendesktop.org. That's not a room, right? I mean, I know it is not, but you know what I mean. Okay, let's kill the software center again and run it again, and let's see if we are lucky to have the connection back with the software center, with the upstream package provider, right? Let's just go with Conversine. So it is offering a drop pile 2011 or something with the dash srv. I don't know what that is. So let's go with the default one. It quickly just went through the progress bar. Oh yes, it is installed. Okay, it installed in under a second, so I barely saw it. Let's click it here. So I can't click it here, I can just see that it is installed. Okay, never mind. Let's go back to searching for GIMP. Okay, we have GIMP app image, GIMP, photo GIMP, GIMP, and another GIMP with somewhat similar scores on the right side. So the first one is uploaded by HC Subber. Photo GIMP x8664. Let's see what the next one is. Same person uploaded this. It is called the same. I don't get it what the difference is between these two. Photo GIMP. Photo GIMP. Same text, same person. GIMP. Also same text, same person uploaded. Also same file. And the last one, once again, the exact same thing. So let's just go with the first one. Get it. Installing. Okay, this is a bigger package, so no wonder it is showing us the progress bar this time. Uri says if you click an app, the data received is from another result. That's also why the screenshots are wrong. If you click an app, the data received is from, you mean from the previous result? Can I refresh it? I'm gonna give it time for this to finish downloading. But if I switch from these 4 GIMPs, can I do a refresh and force the NX Software Center to pull the new data, right? Can I do that? Welcome in new viewers. I wasn't paying attention to the concurrent viewers. I see that there is like double of you in watching than the last time I checked. So welcome in everyone who is new. We have installed the Nitrux Linux, which is an immutable Linux operating system built based on Debian. And it is using app images as a default way to install applications. It does support Flatpak as well, but you know everyone knows how Flatpak works. So let's show a little bit of magic of working with app images and the hub that Nitrux Linux is using as their preferred upstream provider for app image packages, right? So this is what we are doing right now. It is downloading GIMP from the app image hub website, right? This is what we are doing now, and then we are going to launch GIMP and some other applications just to get a feeling on how this behaves in real life, right? So if you're missing some applications from the app image hub, you might as well go with Flatpaks, right? But it is interesting to give it a try to something that I would dare saying most Linux users don't do on a regular basis, right? I do use app images on my own system, but it is I have a different perspective on app images, and I'm not telling you to think like I think. That's not the point. My most common usage for app images is to get some quick applications that I really don't want to be spreading its legs or roots into my system, right? So like contained into this one file. For example, I'm using a System76 mechanical keyboard, which is fully programmable, and System76 is providing their own software for the configuration of this keyboard. And they do this by giving you software in the POP operating system, naturally. And if you're not on POP, then they give you an app image. And this is a perfect use case, in my opinion, for an app image. It's just a file in my downloads folder. I double click it there. It opens and it does the job once, and then I forget it for a while until I need to reconfigure my keyboard once again. So let me go ahead and see where GIMP ended. So multimedia, graphics, photo GIMP. Okay, here is photo GIMP. It did not refresh the icon just yet, but it works. Which version of GIMP would this be? I didn't catch it in the when it was launching. About 2.1021. Good. I was thinking whether this is a pre-release by accident, but no, it is not. Maybe one of the other ones in the App Center is a pre-release, right? Meti, let me just try to read this nickname. Metylithium, welcome in. Uri says, unfortunately, we can't do anything from the side of the application. The app works, but the API does not. But it affects us since it will seem like the software center is the problem. Their Open Desktop API. I don't suppose there is a better app image hub than this one, right? I'm just guessing because even with the Flatpak format, which appears to be the most popular of them containers, even they only have one centralized hub that everyone seems to want to or prefer to use, right? No matter that it is possible to have more of them. And there are more of them, but usually those are really small and specialized, if that's a good way to put it. Okay, let's quit GIMP because that certainly works. Let's go back to the to here. I wanted to install, what was the application name that I first wanted to install? Remina. Remina, let's search it now. And once again, it's not finding Remina, but I'm going to go ahead to their webpage and see if they even have it. But Uri, if you don't mind me asking publicly like this, what is your vision of... I mean, you have been doing this for quite a while, so I would suspect that it works for you and Nitrux users. But what is your vision about focusing on the on app images rather than on Flatpaks? Is it that you don't appreciate the Flatpak format, or is it that you don't appreciate the owner of the most popular Flatpak hub being GNOME, yeah? Let me check the website. App image hub. Okay, do they have a search categories? Search. Okay, there is a search. GIMP. Okay, it searches as I type. That's fantastic. So let's go with rem. Oh, they actually don't have Remina RDP. That's why NX Software Center is searching still. So it is trying to find it, but it doesn't exist. So this is a bit unfortunate for this hub, but okay, there is always Flatpak as fallback to get this software that I would need. Let's install something else. I want to install some more stuff through the software center, right? Let's see. What else do I use? OBS. Okay, OBS. I use OBS. OBS Studio screen recorder. So I'm not sure what OBS Studio Plus would be, but let's go with the first one. Serato DJ streaming. If you're a streamer using Serato DJ, you can yeah, this is not what is showing here, right? I click on the OBS and I get Serato DJ streaming. So clearly I don't want that. And now if I go to the other OBS, it once again shows me Serato DJ streaming. Let's go to their website and type OBS here. So OBS screen recorder, when I click it here, I get free and open source software for video recording. So there's some disparity between what App Image Hub website is showing and what NX Software Center is showing. OBS screen recorder. Okay, let's copy this and type it into the search field here. Okay, so now it found the exact same thing. And now it's fine. Okay, so so how did that happen? When I was searching initially, I suspect you have seen it, how it looks, right? So do I need to explain it once again? I think it's clear what is troubling me. But this way it works just fine. Okay, it turned out in multimedia, downloaded in a very short time. Would you like to run auto configuration wizard? Well, we can do that. Optimize for, let's say, just recording. Next, apply settings. Okay, good enough. I'm actually a fan of the of you putting the X and maximize and download and the title on the top left corner. It reminds me of my childhood Amiga computer that had a unified menu. So the whole thing vibes with me. I'm just unsure if this is applicable to all applications. I am pretty sure it's not. But for those that work, it is cool. Guys in chat, give me something in chat. What do you want me to install? So it said that there was no Brave, right? Let's see if we can find Brave now. Now we can. Okay, so it was a connection issue in the beginning when it said that there is no Brave. Brave for Debian or the first Brave? Same size. Downloading bundle. It will probably appear here. Oh. I did the Alt Tab and my KD session crashed and recovered. Firefox crash reporter. How did Firefox crash the entire KD desktop? So I downloaded Brave, right? Let me just check. App Image Hub, Brave browser. Let me just catch up with chat quickly. Uri says there are alternatives, but none have an API. It was supposed to be an advantage to choose that website. Okay, way back then, Flatpaks required systemd. That was the main reason, but then that changed, so I'm fine with Flatpaks today. Sanctus Gray feels dangerous to download images like that. Who guarantees it's not malicious? Sanctus Gray, I would say that you're correct. Let's get out of the way that first. But it is not that much different than FlatHub, because on FlatHub I can get there and I can upload OBS Studio and compile it with something that I have maliciously put in there, and it will most likely be taken down by people who will report a second OBS Studio. But let's say that I upload something new, then I might as well once again upload something malicious, and I'm pretty confident that this does happen on the FlatHub sometimes. So what I do with Flatpak, right? Not with Flatpak, with FlatHub, flathub.org, right? Let's go with, I don't know, let's just go with bottles. That one I know for sure, right? So what FlatHub has is that they can give you the tool to basically automatically verify who the owner of the package is, right? So I don't really believe that this verification badge is being done manually by the FlatHub team. I'm not sure. Don't take these words as amen. I'm not sure, but I think the way this works is that the uploader of the package can do the automatic verification through his website. So we can see here that the ownership of the package called com.usebottles.bottles has been verified against the website usebottles.com. So if you trust the website usebottles.com, then you should be able to trust this package as well. Okay. If there is no check mark here, then the uploader did not go through the effort of verifying his package against his website. But that doesn't mean that having a check mark here means that the package is safe. It just means that the package matches the website, as to the best of my knowledge, right? So when you go to FlatHub here, and let's say there are a bunch of verified stuff here. I guess they push verified stuff forward. Let's go with something called, I don't know, Vivaldi. Vivaldi, okay. So when you go to Vivaldi, it says unverified, okay? So what this means? This means that the Vivaldi uploader did not go through the process of linking this Flatpak against their website. I just happen to know firsthand that this in fact is an official package uploaded by the Vivaldi team, but they have a reason why they don't want the check mark to be there. And I'm not going to go into that. You can ask them yourself, why is there no check mark? I'm not the one who will speak into their name. So regarding the app image hub, do they have a checkmark process yet or not? I don't know. Let's browse applications. I have seen this hub previously, but I didn't pay too much attention, to be honest, if it has any verification process at all. One Sanctus Gray, one other thing. The whatever malicious application that you download from wherever, not just the application center hub, AppImage hub, not just that, wherever you download it from, it could affect your files, your personal files, right? But it cannot kill the operating system because of the very fact that it is immutable. So it can be dangerous still, right? It just can't kill the system. It has scores though. Let's see what the score means. So it has a score of 5.0. It has some files, change logs, ratings and reviews, but nothing for Discord. Affiliates, fans. It has some fans, okay. I'm trying to see what is the best way to recognize which file is the safer one than the other one that has the same name, right? About, frequently asked questions, Pling, open code. Well, let's go with open code. That's not what I wanted. I don't see there. I'm trying to see an explanation for the rating, right? Because there is some kind of a rating system. Community discussion, supporter, API, about. There is nothing here. Let me just read the last Uri message. As an uploader, you're supposed to include the repository where the source for the app image is, but besides that, there is no human verification, as Google Play would have, for example. But I'm not even trying to compare with Google Play, but merely with something that a lot of people put a lot of trust into, which is FlatHub. And I'm trying to spread some education that FlatHub as well should not be blindly trusted, right? So it's not it's not that easy. Their checkmark thing is not bad, but even the FlatHub checkmark doesn't guarantee you any kind of safety. None whatsoever. It just raises the score of the application in your user eyes, right? Uri says, I am just going to remove the software center. It is not maintained, and the Open Desktop API is burying it further. You're going to remove the software center? You mean the NX software center? I must have closed it or something, or not opened it yet. NX Software Center, is this not yours? Your application as from the Nitrux team? About, browse and install app images. Developer Camilo, Maui Kit Core, Nitrux development team. So it seems to be your software. So, but what about Flatpaks? I can install them by hand, no problem. But do you have any plans to go maybe repurpose the software center to use Flatpaks, or will you simply use the KD? What is the name? The Discover. Bauch. Nota. Wave audio player, video player, shutdown, configurable button, okay. Oh, you need to install Bauch, so it's not there by default. Okay, that was quick. But it didn't actually install. So what is this shortcut doing now? It is supposedly fetching Bauch, but from where? Is it fetching it from the software center, from the app image hub, or from your website? From their repository, system tools. Okay, so this is not yours. For some reason, I thought that this would be something from you guys. Version 0.10.3, 0.10.4. This one is not called beta, so I suppose let's go with the newer version. It definitely installed. Okay, so we definitely need Software Center to at least transition to something else. Okay, we now have Bauch. Let's see how it behaves. Refreshing apps, looking for suggestions. Alrighty, before we go into Bauch, let me just quickly install Steam, because I think it was install Steam. Yeah, I can just type install Steam, but will it install like Bauch did not? No, it did not install, so we still need to go. Actually, help me out. Which Steam is this shortcut trying to install? Is it installing? It's certainly not installing the app image for Steam. That would work badly, I think. So which Steam is it fetching? Something that you have packaged for the oh, it's actually working. It just had a long delay. Oh, it's fetching the Flatpak. Okay. Okay, good. It's this laptop is a little bit slower, so it may be due to my laptop and Steam being heavy, right? But what did I want to show you? I wanted to show you. Do we have fast fetch, or do we have neo fetch? We don't have any fetches here. Okay, but basically it's an 8th gen laptop CPU, 15 watts or something like that. It's not that powerful. Let's put that here. I trust it to be installed very quickly. And let's go ahead and stretch Bauch a little bit to see what it can do. Okay, let's not interrupt Steam for a second, because I'm just gonna make a mess if I accidentally press the cancel button or something. Okay, we're good to go with Steam. And some Steam login magic. There we go, Steam login magic. So if you, or when you remove the NX Software Center, will you simply pre-install Bauch, or will you use You said you Bauch can do both, right? I was just thinking if you would use the Kdiscover, right? No idea why the install Bauch launcher didn't work for you. I just tried it. Weird. Well, I can't comment on that. I just clicked it, and it could be another networking issue towards the if it's pulling from App Image Hub. They do seem slightly unreliable, right? So what we can play on this laptop is Doom plus Doom 2. Oh, it's just for Windows. Let's fix that quickly. Compatibility, install later, and 9, and restart now. Okay. So whoever asked for gaming, this is well, a default way to play video games on Linux. If you are a regular gamer, I most certainly am, and I usually just default to Steam, but having other options would also be cool. Oh, it downloads the Bauch app image from their GitHub repository. But now I downloaded it manually from the app image, right? Can I uninstall Bauch and try the shortcut again if the shortcut will appear again or not? I mean Doom plus Doom 2. Okay, let's install this. Install, accept. Starting the download. Okay, while Doom is downloading, let's find Remina finally. Searching for Remina. Okay, interesting that it shrinked to the size that it wanted. So we now here have a Remina from FlatHub. And the type is of course Flatpak, but we don't know is it verified through the FlatHub verification procedure or not. Click here to see the information. Okay, it is installed. Okay, can we extra actions, downgrade history, ignore updates? This is all very nice, except the checkmark thing. But even Kdiscover, I think, doesn't do the checkmark thing. Maybe the API doesn't support it. Oh, it is showing me Steam. So how do I go back in Bauch? Let's go with the full update, clean, restore, choose a team, about, choose applications, suggestions. Oh, this is the home page of Bauch. Okay, let's go with, I don't know, let's pull some Spotify, I suppose, from FlatHub. Oh, this app has not been verified by this system's maintain. Okay, this is good actually. I mean, it could be shown before I click install, like somewhere here, but if you just click install, it gives us a warning. Did I do Spotify? Should Spotify be installed for a device user system? For all the device users. Oh, well, yes, I suppose, yeah. We only have one. So it did give us a warning about not being verified. Okay. So what is your general opinion on Bauch? I'm just thinking about, would it be a shame to not use Kdiscover, but then again this one can do the app images as well, right? So that's a plus. But Bauch could use some of the Nitrux team design language, to put it mildly. Audacity app image. What is this? Web. WhatsApp is a web app. So all of these up are web apps. Okay. And a lot more of the web apps. ProtonMail, Telegram. Telegram is a web app. Let's search for Telegram. They have a Flatpak for sure. Telegram. Let's see what it will find. Oh, there are more Telegrams. Okay, so they have a Flatpak version, web version, publisher Bauch. Interesting. Publisher Bauch. Telegram desktop web view add-on. Okay, let's pull the... let's see what the web looks like. Not being verified. Okay, it is what it is, right? So it will just make a browser and... so it will just make a browser frame for it, basically. Okay, for me this is a bit meaningless, but I can see who would like to have this as an option, which is fine. Options are fine. Okay, let's see Remina with 2 M's. Oh, now it says get Remina. Did I not install it via Flatpak? I think I did. Let's verify this manually quickly. Flatpak list. Okay. Flatpak list and grep Remina. Oh, we did not. We did not manage to install Remina through Bauch for some reason. Let's try again. I'm pretty sure it said... Did I not press install? I don't actually remember anymore. Not verified. Maybe I did not install it. Sorry for sounding confused, but I'm trying to recall what I did. Sometimes I click around too much, trying to provide some activity going on the stream, right? The worst thing I can do is be quiet for too long on the stream, and then people just leave because it's not interesting when the person presenting. I suppose I just didn't install it because of the warning that it wasn't verified, right? But how is it that it wasn't verified? Now that is a good question. How is it that it is not verified? Now it is installed, and let's go ahead to FlatHub. Remina, it is verified here. Let's go with, okay, bottles is definitely verified. Let's go with bottles just to check on it. Bottles, okay, so this should definitely be verified, right? From FlatHub, let's click install. The app has not been verified by this system maintainers or a trusted source. Okay, so this is clearly not implemented, and it is misleading for the Bauch developer, right? Check its information before proceeding. Yes and yes. Okay. I'm a little bit of a magnet for finding stuff that's not quite good or could use some improvement. Apologies for that. Installing bottles. Okay, while it's installing bottles, let's give a try to a freshly installed video game. Just for half a minute of fun to see how gaming works out of the box with Steam. Victor Hernandez, welcome in. How are you, Victor? We are launching Doom on Nitrux Linux. On a weak laptop, so don't mind this taking so long on this laptop. This is perfectly normal. Also, when you launch any video game through Proton for the first time, it needs to juggle through some Windows stuff for the first time, right? Second launch will be faster. Oh, it's still downloading Proton. I thought that it downloaded Proton already, but never mind. I can see in the bottom that it's still downloading some Proton stuff. Downloading content 99%, and we're going to play Doom any minute now. So you guys who are still in the chat, what do you think of Nitrux so far, and do you have some questions, and do you want me to go through, well, anything? I don't know, ask some questions. Be curious. The best way to learn anything is by being curious and being brave to experiment. Andruk, welcome in. Actually, it's Andruk chasing bets. Why use this distro, which has older apps not trusted nor verified? That's why Debian 13 is the best. They have their repo verified and packages all secure. These exotic distros are a disaster. I suspect Uri will answer your question because Uri in chat is the developer of this distribution. I have asked him nicely to join our chat and answer some of these critical questions. So, my opinion, right? First of all, Debian is not immutable. If you don't want immutable system, then of course that you will not use Nitrux. If you want immutable system, then you cannot use Debian because it doesn't fit your needs and wants, right? So Debian is not immutable. And that is a negative to some people, to some users. Not to you, of course, but I'm just trying to set some borders, right? So first of all, if you're chasing for an immutable system, you don't have that many choices around, right? And Nitrux being one of them. The second thing, if you want to rely just on flat hub, and if you are fine with having the applications on FlatHub as verified as they are, it's not perfect, but you know, it is owned by GNOME, so they will put in some effort into doing their best to have it as clean as possible. You can check, if there is no check mark, you can check how many downloads it has, you know, and I suppose how old the upload is and stuff like that. You know, simple stuff. But if you go with Flatpaks only on Nitrux, I think you could have a fairly good experience. How important the app images are to you, I don't know, because I'm not that much of app image user, right? All of the app images that I use, and I have just a couple of them, all of them I download manually from the author's GitHub usually, or their webpage directly. So that's how I use app images. And this method would work perfectly with the Nitrux Linux, of course. It is app images are at home on this distribution. Also, the way I use Flatpaks is usually I install just from the shell, right? I don't use any GUI, but I would like to see a good GUI for a user who is like my mother, if you know what I mean by that. And judging by my appearance, you could somewhat guess my age. So then you could try to guess my mother's age and why I'm saying that she would not appreciate installing Flatpaks from the command line. That could be obvious, right? Sorry. You know why I default to Miroslav video? That is an unbreakable bond in every Croat's brain, right? Mislav Krleža, welcome in and thank you for €5. Thank you very much. Hello, just popped in for a minute to say hi. Thanks a lot, and I'm going to press heart on that because you deserved it. Being Mislav or Miroslav, I apologize. To the all other people in chat wondering why the heck am I laughing, is because I instinctively I read Mislav's name wrongly, because his name is really similar to a famous book writer in Croatia. So you know, when I speak faster than my brain can process the information, I kind of default to a name that is widely known in this country. Uri says we do not develop Bauch. That verification is provided by the source, like FlatHub. Those messages in the UI should be implemented by the Bauch developer, not us, the distribution. The very example you're mentioning already has the implicit bias where you trust Debian. Do you trust FlatHub uploaders? Yes or no? That's up to the user. It's the same. I agree with Uri on this, and I don't think that Andruk had any negative connotations, or how do you put it? I need a different word. I don't think that Andruk meant, well, in the lack of a better English word, anything negative, right? But he clearly is exhibiting his affection for Debian, right? So from that perspective, I always tell, well, literally everyone, if you are happy with your distribution, then why even consider switching to a different one, right? Because most of my distro hopping is based on research and trying to expand my knowledge about Linux and Linux distributions, right? On my primary computer, I have used Debian. I mean, I'm going to express some bias of my own as well. I have used Debian for a ton of years, like since 1997. Roughly. Don't take me for granted. It was Debian 1.3. That much I know. And basically, I love Debian. It is great, but last year it was no longer. How do I put it? It was no longer providing me what I need, right? So I had to search for a solution that can cover what I need. Okay, my needs. This is all it takes for me to start thinking about a different distribution. So I have switched from Debian to something else because Debian was no longer fitting my use case. And that's how I get to the next distribution, right? I recently tried OpenMandriva and it's really good. I like it, but I don't really have the exact need to switch to OpenMandriva, no matter that I like it, because the one that I'm currently using basically rounds up my use case for the time being, and I don't need to distro hop just because it is cool or trendy, right? So that's what I meant to say, right? Don't switch from Debian to Nitrux if you like Debian. If you're not happy with your distribution and you're finding something that you like with Nitrux, such as immutability or something else like the special kernel or whatever you can read on the Nitrux webpage, nxos.org, right? You can inform yourself a little bit. Maybe you will find a good use case for Nitrux for some of your friends who are less technical in nature and they just want something that works. And when you or I, we the IT guys, right? When we recommend something to our friends, usually, and at least this is in my case, usually I am their support person after I recommend something. So what I do for myself first and foremost is that I think very carefully about what I'm going to recommend to who, and most certainly I will not recommend Arch Linux to no one, because if someone asks me for a recommendation, this automatically means that they are incapable of running Arch Linux. If they would be capable of running Arch, they would not ask me for an opinion. They would already be using it. So from this perspective, there are some of my friends who are very, very capable of breaking their systems. And to some of them, I have already recommended Zorin, which is really, really, really beginner friendly. Absolutely beginner friendly. It supports the Debian format. It supports Flatpaks. It supports snaps out of the box. Everything is very much click and play. And the default theming are very nicely done. It's pleasant to the eyes. And all around, it supports a wide array of applications. So I do tend to recommend Zorin to some of my friends. But I do have one friend who managed to break it. He read on some website that it is a good idea to copy-paste some commands and enter a root password into the shell, and he literally had no clue what he was doing, and he was following a guide. And he called me one day, it was like a year ago, and he called me one day and told me that his system doesn't boot anymore. So I asked what he did, and that was like, maybe you shouldn't be using a system that you can break. So let's rethink what you're going to use in the future. It is good to inform, even if you're not going to use Nitrux personally. But I do think that immutable distros have their advantages. For example, if you're a system administrator, if I would be a system administrator of a company who where my role would be, to deploy like 500 the same computers, right, to end users who just know narrowly their job, what their job is, right? I would most probably build my own immutable distribution based on something existing, right? I wouldn't give myself too much work, but I would probably learn how to make something existing immutable so that my users simply cannot break it. That's one of my opinions or beliefs, if you can put it this way, right? I have talked a lot, played Doom very little. Apologies for that. Where is the fire? Oh, this. I need a mouse for this. Uri says, besides unquestioningly trusting everything is not a very secure stance. I very much agree with this as well. Depending on how untrusty you are, you might end up on stuff like Gentoo or maybe building your own distribution. I mean, it's a deep rabbit hole to go to, right? You know what I'm talking about, right? You could end up compiling literally everything from scratch and making sure where you have downloaded the source code from, but not even that will save you from the what happened last year, the XZ compression thingy. Let me just close this for a second. I kind of forgot what it was called. XZ Linux Debian bridge. Was it called like that? XZ utils, yeah, backdoor. That's the one I meant. So the if you go deep down the rabbit hole of trusting only how you built the entire distribution by your own hands and only downloading the sources from the actual developer, as well, you still can end up in trouble, right? By downloading a source code which has a backdoor that nobody yet knows about, right? Angel, not sure if I saw you in chat previously, but welcome in. How is Nitrux been performant? Well, we didn't really do something that would give me a subjective opinion on performance, but it behaves pretty much as KDE on my laptop, which is something that you would expect, because I don't think that this Liquorix kernel can give me such tangible performance upgrade that I can feel it in the web browser or installing applications, right? These are the stuff that you do daily and maybe in some benchmarks. But yeah, if you're using the flat hub, you can always use the flatpak install, and let's go with Discord. Discord it is. And do we want it for the system or the user? Let's go with the system, and it will pull the second one. I know that one is the right one. And yes. And this interface actually doesn't tell us if this is verified. So it's better to go to the website and just check that quickly, right? But as a matter of fact, I know that Discord is maintained by the Discord team. But okay. What I have wanted to show you is this. Let's go back to the Nitrux website. Actually, let's kill Steam first. I don't need that anymore. And now let's go back to the Mozilla. Okay, let's go ahead and open nxos.org. So the first thing I did with Nitrux when I first installed it a year ago was I went ahead to install Emacs, because that's what I use, right? And Emacs is not pre-installed with the Nitrux system, right? So how to install Emacs, right? Well, basically you will need to go to resources and you need to go to tutorials. So when you go to distribution that is unlike the one that you are familiar with, it is always a good idea to read some documentation and not go too blindly into a new adventure, right? There are always some stuff that the distribution developer can make it easier and more logical to the end user, but some things simply are not possible to be as logical as you are used to, because some things are not possible to be the same kind of logic, right? So in order to install any command line applications such as Emacs, you would have to use DistroBox. And let me just catch up with chat. Angel says, yeah, actually the default kernel is even more performant than Liquorix, Xenmod, Zen, and you know everything. The only one that probably can do the job could be the Cache OS Bohr. Well, I'm not going to comment on that because I don't have enough experience with different kernels besides the mainline one. Joachim Schneider, I think I'll give it a try on my Xeon box with 3060 with 8 gigs. Not the biggest box, but we'll try running The Witcher 3 and maybe Cyberpunk. I am on full HD, not 4K, so it might be just okay. Joachim, if you want to give it a try, you can always just a piece of advice. With Nitrux, what I said like a minute ago, read their docs on their website. It will give you a lot of heads up on how things are done on Nitrux, because some things are different and you need to get yourself up to speed, how to update the system when it's time, how to read the PSA when the new release is out, what can you expect, how to... Well, video games are easy, right? Maybe how to install NVIDIA drivers if that's not done for you by default. I don't have any NVIDIA in my home, so I don't have a clue about that. Basically, go through through the tutorials and see if there is something for you that may be interesting, right? Even go ahead and read in advance, because the texts are not long and will give you some heads up on how some things are done, right? Angel says, also, I don't know if Flatpaks up like bottles can have a hit on the performance, maybe a little bit, but at least it's known that Steam and Bazite handle them pretty well. Yeah, Flatpaks do have slight overhead, but it's usually nothing to worry about. Angel says, I think Nitrux is pretty interesting, but what I would like is them to have more up-to-date packages and kernel. Okay, let's discuss this a little bit. For basically for everyone in chat who is going to try Nitrux after this stream, I would recommend not just reading their website, but also to join their Telegram channel. Or if you don't use Telegram, you can join their Matrix channel. It is bridged with Telegram. It has a slight delay. The bot is a little bit slow, but it works. it's what I meant to say is Nitrux team will usually give you a little bit of a heads up, right? If you ask some questions when you're stuck, they will point fingers into already prepared documentation, right, on their website if you didn't see it. And if you're asking something new, I am pretty confident they will give you a hand in how to do things on this operating system. So use this information wisely, and let's go ahead and install Emacs. Also, let me just check which kernel it is. Okay, so what, Angela, what did you mean by not having up-to-date kernel? This kernel is pretty up-to-date. It's not 6.13. That is true, but do you really need 6.13? Like literally now, and you cannot wait for one more month to get it. I'm just trying to get in your head about 6.12 not being recent enough. Uri Herrera says, what packages do you mean? I suppose you mean Plasma. The Liquorix developer updates the kernel often. Certainly, they don't publish release candidates or the very latest. It always stays at the latest stable, I suppose, at the day of the OS release, right? I don't actually consider KDE Plasma 5 2711, I think that's the version, to be obsolete, because if you're going to use your computer, I mean, the default theme is nice. So it depends on how much you want to customize it, right? I don't know, Uri, maybe you can share what are you doing with the transition from KDE to where you're heading with this. I know that you did not want to switch to KDE 6 because you're working on something else. So if you don't mind sharing with people in chat, what are you working on to replace KDE 5 in the future? Maybe people will be more understanding at why is it still KDE 5. Angel says, well, actually, you're right. That's pretty up to date. But maybe if using pack style, I will feel better about it. I forgot what pack style is, to be honest with you. This already sounds like something that would not work on Nitrux, but let me go ahead and see what that is. I never used Paxtel actually. I think, Angel, you told me about Paxtel a couple of times on my streams. I just never looked it up. Angel, give me just heads up. Where does Paxtel put its packages? Does it put them into your home folder? That's all I need to know. Do these packages end up installed in your home folder? Oh, it's the first time you came here? I apologize, but someone in my live streams has mentioned Paxtel at least once, so I just figured it could be you. But you know, similar names, many different people coming in and going, so no hard feelings on that. But I like to get educated, so I don't mind if you get me up to speed if these Paxtel packages end up in your home folder, right? That's what I needed to know, because you cannot install stuff to the system folder, right, as root. You can use Plasma 6 in Nitrux in a container, an Arch container if you want. Yeah, but that doesn't sound like something that you would want to do. How much does it take to install Paxtel? You can run the command below to install Paxtel. You can also grab the deb file here. So I cannot grab the deb file on Nitrux. Angel, do you understand what I'm asking you about Paxtel in relation to an immutable distribution? There is no apt on this operating system. You can if you use a Debian container. Okay. Okay, let's do this inception. Okay, let's do the inception. Good. I'm ready for this. Let's go ahead and copy paste instructions for how to get Emacs first, and then we'll do inception with Paxtel. Running Windows software, how to upgrade Nitrux. Okay, we don't need to upgrade Nitrux, we already have it, the latest. How to use DistroBox, okay. Okay, Uri says that being immutable is not necessarily a problem for Paxtel. So let's dive in live into how this would work and what would the experience be, right? Angel, lol, well, I was using pop when I did install Paxtel for the first time. Yeah, but you know, pop is not immutable, so all good. About DistroBox. DistroBox is based on OCI. Okay, okay, managing containers. I'm skipping a lot of introduction because if anyone needs to know what DistroBox is and you don't know it already, I'm not going to go to read through all of this. Basically, it gives you the power of using software from another distribution, but it links your folders in a very convenient way. So when you run applications through a different distribution that launches on top of yours, it's using the same kernel, it's just another user space. It will, how do I put it? If you want Emacs, right, you cannot install it on Nitrux. But for example, you install Emacs on the Debian container on DistroBox. And when you run this Emacs on the Debian container on DistroBox, it will see your home folder on your Nitrux system. So from that perspective, it's seamlessly as possibly integrated, right? It is relatively practical, not perfect, but the best that can be done with an immutable system. You know, like using Plasma in a container, that's possible, but that's, I don't know how to describe it. I know what you mean, how to describe it, but it doesn't sound good. Maybe I should try it on a VM first to check how it is. It runs fine. I don't know why people are afraid of it. Because it's too much, people are not afraid of it. It's just too much inception going on, and you know, you start asking yourself, what is the point? Using too many containers, it is in my mind, right? It kind of defeats the purpose. Let me just draw a small analogy. People ask me, like, or let's say people tell me, I cannot switch to Linux because I use Photoshop on Windows. Okay, this is a relatively common statement. And one of the solutions is when you tell people, okay, then delete Windows and install Windows VM inside Linux, right? An actual VM. Install Windows there, put Photoshop there, and when you need to use Photoshop, use it through a virtual machine, and for the rest, use Linux. And this comes to an argument, not always, but sometimes it comes to an argument that this kind of defeats the purpose, because if you're getting rid of Windows and then you're running Windows in a PC emulator on top of your Linux, then you didn't actually get rid of Windows, and you can just as well do everything on Windows and not bother with Linux. And right now I'm not arguing this exact scenario. We can put that away for now. But the DistroBox scenario, when you depend too much on DistroBox to run your system and barely use your actual system, then somehow the same argument tends to creep up, in the conversation. So this is where I stand personally. Angel says that containers tends to sound like unstable. I would never say that. I think containers are pretty stable, and you shouldn't have. I don't know how it would work with Plasma, but for CLI applications, I don't see any disadvantages. Angel says maybe I want to have as more performance as possible, and containers doesn't sound exactly like the way to go. There is some overhead. It's a container engine, another layer, but it's not a hypervisor. It's not emulated, it's transparent. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the performance is fine. I don't have a problem with that. The problem is only in my mind as to doing things in a way that does not seem natural to me. And this is very, very subjective. But let's go ahead and do the container thing. Managing containers with DistroBox. Before using DistroBox, we must change the root propagation to shared. Mount propagation allows for sharing volumes mounted by a container to other containers in the same pod or pods on the same node. We can check this value by running the following command. Okay, let's just following the instructions closely and see where. Okay. Okay, so it says propagation private. So what this means, propagation private. If the output reads private, we cannot enter the container. To change this value, run the following command. Okay, I'm gonna do a lot of copy pasting here. Okay, now it is shared. The syntax to create a new container is as follows. DistroBox create container name, operating system. Okay, we are already there. This was quick. Okay, create container name. Let's do the Debian thing. Let's just make it lower caps. Debian operating system name colon. Yeah, that's colon, and then version. So let's do Debian 12. Debian 12 not found. Do you want to pull the image now? Yes. Resolving Debian 12. This seems to be working as intended. So it is already telling us to do the DistroBox enter Debian. So let's just listen to what the boss says. DistroBox enter Debian. Okay. Installing basic packages. So while it's installing, let's check if we should have done anything else here through this documentation. DistroBox create a Debian. Oh, Debian column stable. I guess I could have called it stable, but number 12 seems to have worked as well. We accept to download container image. We already done that. To list containers created is distribox list. And we can stop it, delete it. Accessing the container is enter. Angel says, hey dude, have a good one. I need to do some programming stuff. Have a good one also, everyone. Thank you for coming in and enjoy the rest of your day. So setup is complete, and oh my ZSH tools check for upgrade command not found git. Is this check for upgrade in Nitrux? I would suspect, because this is my ZSHRC file, not the one from DistroBox. But we can install git and make it happy, but that shouldn't help too much. Sudo apt install git, right? Okay, let's exit the container. Distrobox list. Okay, so we only have one container, which is very much expected. Let's enter Debian container once again, and now it's no longer complaining. Oh, so it's a message from container. Containers are very, very minimal, but it seemed like a message from oh my ZSH. I don't have this message anymore, but it mentioned oh my ZSH, so I don't know why. Never mind. Sudo apt install Emacs. Actually, no. Let's go with sudo apt search Emacs. We will want to use the GTK/Wayland version. Okay, there's too much of this shit. Let's go with grep Emacs. Use with caution with scripts. Okay, we have X Emacs. Oh, we need to scroll up. Emacs-GTK. I think that's the one we want to run with Wayland. Okay, let's go with Emacs-GTK. Search install GTK. Okay. Uri says, yes, oh my ZSH uses git to pull updates. Since the shell is also used in the container, it fails to update because the container doesn't have git installed by default. Yeah, okay, so my common sense was to install git, and it turns out to be a good one this time. Alrighty, we have installed GTK Emacs, so the graphics version of Emacs in the Debian container, and let's just try to run it like a complete noob here. Emacs, we cannot run it because we need to, what is the command to refresh the shell environment? I forgot. Rehash, is it? Rehash Emacs. Okay, now we have Emacs. And voila, we now have Emacs running in the in Nitrux, right? It looks like it's running in Nitrux, and we can open file, and we now have my home folder here, which is nice. Xseed asks, do I have to reinstall Nitrux every time there is an update if I am an NVIDIA user? That question is a little bit odd. You most certainly shouldn't need to reinstall the operating system when there is an update. Oh, I guess I am mistaken. But Uri, what do you mean? If you want to use a newer NVIDIA driver, then you have to reinstall the operating system. Like, really? Can't he just do the system upgrade, the regular system upgrade? Let's go with known issues. Not that. I need. Let's go to resources, tutorial. How to upgrade. Replace the root more specifically. So can't it? You don't have to delete everything in the disk. Yeah, I understand this, but the update procedure, I have done it previously and I did not reinstall anything. So that's why I'm asking, yeah, this nuts update, right? I suspect nuts update will find nothing at this point because I am on the latest version. Oh, not that. Sorry, I tried to open a new tab. Sudo nuts update. Okay, no updates available, which was very much expected. So if it would find an update, and we are using NVIDIA, so I'm trying to wrap my head around this. Why would? Where is the issue? Why not be able to update with NVIDIA driver? Can't the update system simply override his system partition like normally, like a normal upgrade, and maybe kill his NVIDIA driver and simply force him to reinstall NVIDIA driver then? Or am I missing something here? Or is NVIDIA driver only installed during the OS install? Maybe it's not. Maybe NVIDIA driver is not present in the update image. Maybe that's the thing. I'm still trying to understand it, right? The over-the-air archives for Nitrux update tool system do not include updates to NVIDIA proprietary driver or Mesa. I suspect they were talking about NVIDIA Mesa, not the open source one. I was trying to think a little bit outside of the box, but you know, me not knowing the guts of your operating system, I shouldn't be talking too much and having a big mouth on this. But would it be possible to have two different update images for NVIDIA users and for non-NVIDIA users? Would that solve the problem? Let's quit Emacs for a second and see. It says get Emacs. Where from? From Bauch? Let's close Bauch. and try this again. There would need to be 2 ISO files. I'd rather not increase maintenance burden. Exceed also, is there a reason that KDE 5.27 is still used when 6.3 is out? I believe they have updated the VRR functionality a lot between those releases for gaming. You need to export DE application in DistroBox. It's not added automatically. I love the aesthetics of Nitrux though. This is why I'm asking. Exceed, if you are new in the chat, Uri has already answered this question, but I believe he will do that again. They are transitioning to through new desktop environment which they are making. So there will no longer be KDE Plasma, as I understand it. I don't know if their environment is based on Plasma, like a fork or something, or a completely new thing, but they are working on their own thing, which will replace KDE 5, and they will not replace it with KDE 6. So maybe I misunderstood. But they most certainly are developing something, so the aesthetics will stay. Uri says my laptop and monitor both support VRR, which can be enabled in system settings. I think Exceed meant that VRR works better in newer Plasma. But yeah, you said that I would need to do something about Emacs. Let's go back to instructions, how to use DistroBox. Accessing DistroBox container with enter, this is fine. Even inside the container, we can browse our home directory, fine. Adding a volume to a DistroBox container. Okay. DistroBox only supports adding a volume when creating the container using the volume flag. There is no built-in command in DistroBox to dynamically add a volume to an existing container. The volume flag follows the same syntax as Docker and Podman. Okay, so if you need, I suppose, a USB stick or something, or a hard drive, external one, managing software inside a DistroBox container. DistroBox enter command. Okay, that part is not that unclear. After installing our software, clearly I don't use DistroBox too much. I tried it a couple of times, but didn't have much of the need for it. I dabbled with DistroBox when I was using Debian Stable, and the backported Emacs was buggy. So I installed DistroBox and then Arch Linux in DistroBox, and then Emacs in Arch Linux in DistroBox in Debian Stable. So that seemed like a good idea at the time. Meanwhile, they fixed the backports, so I switched back to that method. Likewise, we can remove software from container with normal Debian commands. Exporting applications, okay. DistroBox, we can export software. Exporting a program will make specified software available to the host as native application. and integrate into the launcher. Okay, so DistroBox export up and the executable, right? Is this within the container or from outside? This sounds like something to do within the container. Technically, you can use Kdenlive 6 from a container. Since it's a Wayland compositor, you can use it nested, but I haven't tried it yet. Okay. Where are we now? Opt, not found. Okay, so we are in the host. Oh, this is where we need to be. This session is stuck. Okay. DistroBox Center Debian. Okay, I killed another tab. That's fine. DistroBox export. Actually, no, let's not do that. DistroBox export. Yeah, okay. So we have Emacs and we have Emacs client. Okay, let's then do the let's do both of them. Emacs and Emacs client. Cannot find any desktop files for the client. Okay, that is fine. Oh, it already exported all three of them. Good. GUI on Debian. So we can just click it now. This is perfectly fine. This is perfectly fine. When switching tabs, you have to click it again to regain focus. I think something was stuck regarding the keys that I typed. Because, okay, now I just typed something silly, and when I switch to another tab, oh, so click it inside the tab. Oh, this is a plain view or whatever you can call it. This is nice. Click it again. Okay. So what is the command to switch tabs? Tutorial. Switch between split views. No. Left, right. So we can't keyboard tab navigate. Okay, 2 clicks it is. Good. I wanted to install some more stuff through the distro. Ah, yes, I wanted to go with the, what was the name? Packstyle, right? Let's do the Packstyle thing. You can grab the Debian file here. Latest. Packstyle all Debian file. Copy link. Are we still in the container here, or was this one the container? Apt, not found here. I need a different prompt to understand where I am, but that's my thing. I can set it up for myself. What I wanted to do is get. Let's go to downloads, get, and then paste Packstyle. It is here, so dpkg -e Packstyle requires privileges. A bunch of things not installed. Okay, let's try to fix that with sudo apt -f install. Yeah, this will fix it. Okay. Alrighty, packstyle not installed. Let's try to install it again. Now it's rehash packstyle. Oh, now it's there. Okay, installed. The hostname is displayed on the left of the input. You mean on the right of the input? Oh, Dart. Am I blind? It says, okay, on the right side. Okay, I was like looking on the left, and you mean the other left, right? Okay, I wasn't paying attention, but now I see that you have picked a good Oh My ZSH theme to be a default one. This makes good sense. I'm just not paying too much attention because I wanted to go as quickly as I can with Paxtel. I'm sorry that the guy who wanted to see Paxtel running has went away. How does it work then? Paxtel takes in files known as pack scripts that contain the necessary contents to build packages and builds them into executables. Okay. So how does it work? Paxtel -I and the package name. If that's so simple, then let's go ahead and try it. This one. Paxtel. Let's try Kitty this way, because like let's see what I mean. Sudo, we are on Debian stable, right? So sudo not pacman, sorry, apt install Kitty, right? Oh shit, it's going to pull a lot of stuff. The thing I wanted to say is that Kitty is old version on Debian, right? And let's say that I want a new one. But let's go with something that's completely unavailable in Debian, which would be, what's the name of the new shell? Ghosty, right? That one is most certainly not available. Ghosty. Okay, so there is none of that. Sudo packstyle -I ghosty. There is no package with the name ghosty. So what is the point of packstyle trying to replicate Arch user repository if they don't have the latest cool thing on the block? Because that's what Arch user repository does. It provides all the cool stuff that nobody needs, almost. So Paxtel failed. Paxtel failed. This is my judgment at this moment, because the only reason why I would use a thing like Arch user repository or Paxtel, if basically that's the only way I can get something. And I would rather use, for example, on Arch Linux, I would rather use a GUI app from a FlatHub than from Arch user repository. Depending on who is maintaining it, But if in the case of let's say bottles, right? The maintainer of bottles, the author of bottles, is maintaining his own Flatpak, and he wants me to use the Flatpak. So that's most certainly what I will do. Also, the Brave browser on Arch Linux, only available as Arch user repository entry, and that's when I will pick the Flatpak version, because it comes down to matter of trust, right? If the Brave developers have uploaded their Flatpak to the FlatHub, I tend to put one step above. I tend to put that Flatpak one step above the random Arch user repository guy, if that makes sense to you, because I don't have that much time to research who uploaded it to the Arch user repository and how many votes it has, and all that comes with our thing. So I actually don't use Arch user repository on Arch Linux, and I'm probably uncool by doing that. Just saying. So Paxtal failed with Ghosty. Let's try to do something else. What can we pull? The example said NeoFetch, right? Let's pull NeoFetch. NeoFetch. We don't need that because Debian has it. NeoFetch, do you want to view the pack script? Let's view the script. Okay, opened up in my newly default Emacs, which is nice and interesting. Package NeoFetch, source GitHub. Okay. Well, I suppose the GitHub source is all I need. Sourcing script. Optional dependencies. Image preview, image preview, image preview, image preview. Select optional dependencies to install 1 to 6 or Y. So I can either select one of them or all of them. Well, this could use some work, but let's go with all of them. What was that? Did it fetch some Debian packages? Did it fetch some Debian packages? Get libs from the Debian. Okay, this is an interesting combination that happened here. Now I will have to look into it. How does this work? Because using available packages on Debian is good. I just somehow thought that it would. What if Debian doesn't have all of the required libs? What then? How would Paxtal work in that case? NeoFetch. Rehash. NeoFetch. Okie dokie. It works. How did it install NeoFetch? Which NeoFetch? usrb NeoFetch. Okay, so let's see the pkg -- list grep NeoFetch. Oh, it is. So the Paxtal prepares it as a Debian package. This is actually interesting. I had no clue. Something I learn every day. Something I learn every day, but I will have to check how these scripts work. Can we do something graphical through Paxtal without compiling for too long? let's say Chrome web browser. I'm just kidding. What can I compile quickly? Remina I have already installed. Calibre. We can do the latest Calibre, the book converter / reader. Okay, it is available in Debian, but the old version. Okay, so what is? I was starting to think that Paxtel would be a good way to help myself with obsolete packages in Debian stable, but clearly that's not the case. Something else graphical. Kitty? No kitty either. Okay, then I suppose I don't understand the point of Paxtel. I am no longer sure what this user repository is for. But let's say that I want to use something proprietary that is not available in Debian whatsoever, or Arch for that matter, but it is available in Arch user repository. Pumble. There is no Pumble here, but Arch user repository has it. I don't know. After the stream, I will research more into Paxtel, but I don't quite understand it. I like that it packages everything as a Debian package. This is super great for Debian. This is the Debian way, after all. But the lack of packages seems not that good. Let's go ahead and switch to the web browser. Uri, how are you with the time? We have been here for 3 hours, and if you have had enough, I can quit the stream here, or do you guys in chat have any more questions, or what would you like to see with Nitrux? Like maybe I can minimize all of this maximized stuff and exit Emacs that I have installed through the DistroBox, right, through Debian. And once again, let me show you if I go to the launcher, right, and when I go to Emacs, and when I launch Emacs, like through the Nitrux, right, I'm pretending this is a Nitrux application. It just launches, it just works. DistroBox is fine for this use case, perfectly fine. Just for clarification, Nitrux does not use Paxtel, so no one thinks it's our problem. Yeah, that is a good clarification, right? Because if someone did wonder what did I do here, someone from the chat previously asked how to use Paxtel on Nitrux, so we just pulled it through the Debian container inside DistroBox, inside inception of the Nitrux, right? Nothing to do with Nitrux, right? But it is not a bad idea. All of the Paxtel thing, right? It's just that it wouldn't work with immutable system. What else is pre-installed? Steam, what was the name? Lutris, right? Let's try Lutris. Get Lutris. How do you, Uri, how do you fetch these names? How does this particular search box, how does it know what I want? I mean, it fetches the icon and everything. Clearly, if I type gibberish, it will not ask me to get gibberish because gibberish doesn't exist. So when I type a legit application name, how does it know what I want? Do you keep a list that you maintain, or does it just pull from somewhere? Those get are from a runner, from Krunner. It is meant to be integration for Plasma Discover. But we don't have Discover installed, do we? Also get Lutris either didn't do anything, or my computer is too slow to show up with something. Get Discover overlay. What is this? Let me click on that. It's part of Plasma. So I can download a Flatpak version, but I suppose that's what I would end up doing anyway. So let's go ahead and do it like that. Flatpak install Lutris system good. That runner can be disabled but not removed. The application menu has integration with Krunner. This is why you see those results. But these results are actually seem quite practical, right? Because if someone would think that, let's say Steam, if someone would think that Steam might have came pre-installed with Nitrux, I have a habit of launching the main menu and just start typing what I want. And if it's installed, if it will run, and if I get the message saying get this application, then it seems convenient, right? I would want to use it since it's so nicely offered to me, right? It would be nice if it would work more reliably, or at least tell me what went wrong, right? They'd be useful if Discover was installed. Oh, so, but we don't have Discover, okay. But there we go, we have Lutris now, and we can use it, right? So this is it. Flatpak being Flatpak, right? It's very easy, however you spin it. It's still downloading its thing. I don't want to interrupt it right now, but I will close it, because I don't want to log into my GOG games right now. It takes a bit of time to type all my passwords and two-factor authentication. Okay, let's quit this. And we are missing some minimize buttons here. Minimize, maximize, close. Now it's back. But what did I do? I was just alt tabbing. I was just alt tabbing. Maybe the universal menu thought that I was focusing on desktop or something. Okay, I'm going to do something that resulted in a system crash a year ago. It was a slightly different laptop. It was ThinkPad T480, and now it's ThinkPad T580, but they are very, very, very similar. And with T480, like a year ago, I would close the lid and the system would go to sleep, which is fine, but when I would open the lid, the system would not be able to recover. So don't take me for evil that I'm going to do this now. Close the lid. Okay, KD is not configured as I expected. Let's not reconfigure KD for lid closing. Let's just do the manual sleep command. This is perfectly this is the same thing that I want to do, right? Power. I want to suspend. Okay. Let's do the suspend thing. It is still suspending. Which suspend is this anyway? Is it going to this? The light is still blinking, so I feel like it's doing a hybrid sleep / hibernate. Because it's taking too long for this is not a normal suspend to RAM, but I can trigger a normal suspend to RAM from the command line, or I can set plasma to do that, but it's still blinking, which is usually when it's trying to say that it's dumping RAM to the hard drive. You say suspend is suspend to RAM, but this is not normal behavior on my laptop. The power button is blinking, and when it's blinking, it usually means I did not finish transitioning to the target state. Yeah, it's blinking. The outside one is blinking as well. In this state, I should not press the power button, but it is taking far too long. So I'm gonna press the power button, and it's not responding. But that's what I expected, because it did not finish the transition to suspending to RAM. And it's still not finished, so I can just kill it at this point. I'm gonna set plasma to go to sleep when I close the lid. I have reset the laptop now. In my noob opinion, this could be due to the kernel. In conjunction with this laptop, right? But no other Linux distro does this to me on this particular laptop. This laptop is pretty well supported. If there is something preventing the laptop from sleeping, it won't suspend. I mean, I have 3 things connected. External monitor, that should not interrupt with going to sleep. I have power supply connected, that also shouldn't prevent it from going to sleep if that's what my command was. And I have a network cable connected, that as well shouldn't prevent it from sleeping. You think Steam was still running? I'm pretty sure that I exited Steam, but now we have a clean boot. Okay, so let's do it again. Just suspend. Now it entered sleep cleanly and very, very quickly. So now we are good. And now you're saying that I did have Steam running and I cannot recall this at this moment. But it definitely worked this time. Okay, let's press the power button to wake it up. And we are locked, which is fine. Okay. This is a lot better than the last time I tried it, but that was a year ago. I'm just running random stuff, restore session. Restore session, let's run some more applications, just for the fun of it. Video player. Okay, I want to suspend it again. This is something that I do to my laptop all the time. I suspend tens of times between reboots. And let's wake it up again to the lock screen. Okay, I would call this a success, but I might need to research a bit more what happened and can I replicate this problem that I had previously. Actually, let's run Steam just for the fun of it. Let's see if Steam can cause anything. I know Steam is a pain in the ass sometimes. Okay, let's do it with Steam clearly running. Yeah, it entered sleep again. Cleanly, it's fine. Let's wake it up. Okay, so this time I'm gonna go and press exit here on Steam. And the icon in tray is gone. So what I did in my previous session, I had DistroBox running. Let's try that. Was it DistroBox enter Debian? Enter Debian, yeah, okay. Enter Debian. And now, I don't know, let's, I need to adjust to stuff being on the top left, but it is fine. I actually like it, it just takes a bit of adjustment. Let's sleep more with DistroBox running. And it went to sleep again. It is fine. Let's wake it up once more. So I have no clue what I did the first time. Let's run Emacs from DistroBox. Okay, now we have Emacs running, and let's sleep it one more time. And it went to sleep just fine. Let's wake it up again. Okay, I don't have the need to torture it anymore. This was plenty of times, but there can be something that I did previously that has caused it to not be able to enter sleep. Actually, I could check that in. I wanted to say in system control, but you have OpenRC as init daemon. But maybe where does it put the logs in? The widget displays a message X is blocking suspension in var log syslog. Is that not immutable? Or did I misunderstand something? I mean, I know where syslog usually is, but I thought if it's immutable, it would be I don't know. I guess I didn't understand something regarding the immutability or the overlay file system. Ah, Paxtal is here. Okay. Syslog not being here. Varlib is read write. Okay. Dbus service. I wanted to see where could I see what happened in the last session, right? With systemd, I kind of know where would that be. With OpenRC, I never worked with, but there is no file that would say I am a syslog, except if you mean last log. But that's not what I need. Fail log. I don't know what that is. Okay, that is nothing. Bottom up, that is a binary file, right? Okay, alternatives apt readme bottom up. This is a login thing, right? Or something like that. So I need to look on the left, right? That's a very bad look for me. But guy gotta own his mistakes. Okay, syslog. Up armor folder, okay. Bootstrap log. So we have, let's go to the bottom. We have booted at 2018, but a little bit before that, of course, we're up. How much we're up? Like 5 minutes? 9 minutes. Okay, let's go to 2009. 2009, that's the boot time. Oh, this is syslog just for this session. Joachim says, waiting, leave your distro box, like Uri said. You're late. So where would the log rotate put the last one? This is the login, I think. Kernel log preload. What is in runit? Okay, we don't need that. Journal device service log. I suppose we don't need that. We need log for the past session, I suppose. But anyways, I guess we're not going to be much smarter right now. What I wanted to see is some more of the web page. nxos.org. Angel says, I'm back. Hey, I didn't know you were Nitrux main developer. I am definitely impressed, and I have a very important questions. Are you going to make a Nitrux version for the Steam Deck? Oh, in my home folder. By the way, Angel, if you're paying attention, check this. So I'm not sure if it will work from here. No. Distrobox enter Debian, right? NeoFetch. Okay, so NeoFetch is reporting Debian, but dpkg-list grep NeoFetch. Okay, see this. So while you were gone, I installed Paxtel, and if you want, you can link NeoFetch into the main distribution, into Nitrux, and simply run it from there. Simply run it, from there to get a to get a different result, maybe. But Angel, give me some application that you must pull from the Paxtel repository. Tell me a name of the application. I tried a few of them and they did not exist. I tried Ghosty, it did not exist. I tried, I don't know, I tried a couple of them. Okay, I tried Pumble, that one doesn't exist in Paxtel. It does exist in Arch user repository. I tried Kitty, Kitty also doesn't exist. I tried Calibre also doesn't exist. So if you can give me a name of the application that you need through Paxtel, I will install it here and see how it behaves with Nitrux, right? What is the feeling like? But since Paxtel clearly is generating deb files, it will be the same as any Debian stuff. So it should be fine. Let's go ahead with cd.local share sddm. Oh, that's the folder. You think sddm would give me an answer to my crash? We don't have time here. I mean the time. Oh, we have time. Okay, we have time. But this is also the current session. The previous session was before before 20:9. I think, if the clock is accurate. 28. Yeah, the clock is accurate. So the previous session was from before 20:9. Angel, can you give me an application name? I really want to install something with Paxtel, something graphical. I'm kind of intrigued by, where did I type this? Oh, crazy dart. Talking and doing something on the computer is not my good side. I should be, I mean, if I were a woman, I could do things at once, but since I'm a man, then that's not what it works like, right? Angel says, yeah, I'm paying attention. I'm glad Pascal worked. I think Pascal has fast fetch into it. But not fast fetch. Give me something graphical that you usually install through Paxtel. You are a Paxtel user, so clearly you use it for something, right? What is it that you install with Paxtel? Give me one name besides fast fetch and NeoFetch. Oh, there is alacrity. Okay. Or is it alacrity? Yeah, like I said, fast fetch should be there. Unfortunately, Paxtel is not like the Arch user repository, but fast fetch should be there. I have already installed NeoFetch through Paxtel. I'm asking you if you can give me a name of your most wanted software that you usually must install through Paxtel. No, you didn't understand me. I don't want more fetch applications. These are CLI and small. Give me something bigger. Uri, Inkscape and Blender and GIMP, those all exist in Debian. I'm trying to understand why is Angel a fan of Paxtel. If you are a fan of a package distribution system, then this package distribution system you probably use for something other than fast fetch. It's not possible that Angel is using Paxtel just for fast fetch. This is not. This is simply not possible. I cannot believe that. But now I am looking through Paxtel and trying to figure out what could I use from this place. Something that I don't have on Debian. Discord, most certainly not. Using Discord as a Debian package is not a pleasant experience. The way Discord functions and their stupid updates. So Paxtel has an older version of Emacs than Debian stable does with backports. Uri says Inkscape, Blender, GIMP, but honestly, I'm going to try all three and I honestly expect none of them to exist. There is no GIMP. I am winning 33% right now. Inkscape. I'm winning 66%. Blender. I am a winner here. I am failing to understand Paxtel existence. Angel says not really a Paxtel user, but I did use it for curiosity. Oh, okay. Okay. Okay, let's go ahead and install something that clearly exists. But I'm going to try to be pragmatic about this. Let's not install something that is readily available in Debian because that doesn't make sense. Why install something that is available in Debian through a non-official way? GitHub CLI. Okay, this doesn't need to be installed through Paxtel. You can install it with a GitHub repository. Godot, that would take too much compile. You can also just download it from their website, which is a preferred way to deal with Godot. I have came to letter H and I still haven't found a single thing that is worth installing from here. Like htop. Why would I want that? I mean, I use htop, but hyperpaper. Okay, we are getting somewhere. We can use Hyperland. Hyperland 035. I think this is very, very old. Hyperland GitHub. I think Hyperland is like 043, roughly. No, 047. Okay, but let's go with Hyperland. Let's pretend that we are a Hyperland user on Debian stable. This is a good test. We may not be able to run it, but we can install it. Hyperland. Let's see which version will it pull. Do we want to edit the pack script? No. This pack script does not work on Debian 12. Okay, the one thing that I thought that might make sense with Paxtel doesn't work. Let's go on. How about Heroic? Let's see how, I mean, generally I would probably use Heroic through the Flatpak. Heroic Games Launcher. Let's go to their website and inform myself on what do they recommend. Okay, so Linux supported, whatever. Heroic will work on most other Linux distros, but it may require some additional setup and troubleshooting. It is also supported on SteamOS, but downloading is only available through Discover Software Center, which is Flatpak. Okay, so Heroic clearly supports GitHub.com, Heroic. Okay, so this is the official app image. So this is one way. Get it from FlatHub. FlatHub.org. Let's see if it is official. Heroic. Yes, it is verified. So judging by their webpage, I would probably go with app image or Flatpak because they are listing these as valid options. So if they are listing these, then they are giving support for that to at least some degree. You know, when Nitrux documentation tells you like don't use this tool to burn our ISO image to sticks, then you don't do that, because if you do that and something doesn't work, then you cannot tell them that it doesn't work, right? So you do what they say that is supported. So in this case, I still don't see the reason for Paxtel. Let me just catch up with chat. Heroic Games Launcher, there is some command to verify if some package is there. Don't remember well, but check if there is a Heroic available. Check if Heroic is available as Paxtel. No, at least not with this name. Oh, this is an actual file. No, I don't want that. I thought it's like a search. Something is broken. Distrobox, enter Debian. Paxtel, now it's fine. Uri, if I can interject into this, I think a GameScope specific session, especially with Steam, I think that would be wonderful because I use it on my distribution. Because I suppose you know how it works, but I just want to speak my mind regarding to everyone else who is watching or will watch a video on demand later. GameScope is Valve's compositor, which is used by default on Steam Deck. So Steam on Steam Deck doesn't run through the desktop environment, but rather Steam runs through Valve's own compositor called GameScope. This gives them some advantages in video games performance and stability. And some games, let's say, I will give you a clear example that doesn't work properly on my computer. Fallout 4. When I run Fallout 4 through Steam on KDE Plasma, I cannot get the game to run smoothly. My computer is powerful enough to run the game at frame rate higher than 60, but I simply cannot lock the game to 60 and make it smooth. It can lock with VSync to 60, but it doesn't feel smooth. It's choppy and something is wrong with it. And whatever I did through Plasma and all of the settings in-game and outside of the game, nothing works except GameScope. And when I run GameScope nested with the Fallout 4, like GameScope nested through Steam, through Plasma, then I get a smooth gameplay, but then I get an input delay which I cannot handle in a first-person perspective game. So then I switched to VT3 or something, and like in a text console, and from the text console I launch Steam directly via GameScope, and then Fallout runs perfectly. So these are some cases where I really appreciate GameScope, and I think it would be good if it would be included as an option, but not just as an option to run GameScope as nested inside Plasma, but also if it could run in a separate VT, right? Oh, GameScope is included, right? So that just leaves a special session for it. Okay, cool. I think that would be really good and useful. List packages, quality assurance, search for a package. Okay, we have search. Okay, Paxtel search. Now I forgot what I wanted to install. Heroic, okay. Heroic Games Launcher, okay. So let's do that. Let's do that. But I still think this is relatively useless. Maybe you want Heroic as a I mean, I don't know. You tell me, why do you think installing Heroic through Paxtel is any better than than the other available options. Paxtel install Heroic Games Launcher Deb. There we go. So what is this doing? It is downloading already pre-configured Debian file. Now I'm completely lost. Did it pull a Debian file from GitHub of Heroic? Because I could have done that by hand. Honestly, I haven't found a single reason for Paxtel yet. Okay, yet. And I'm trying. Let's fetch the latest release from GitHub. And yes, there is a deb file. So this is a no case for Paxtel. Literally, I could have fetched this file manually by hand. This is a no case for Paxtel. Let's try to go and search something else. Is there any sub page in the official Paxtel page to verify the packages are available, kind of like chaotic or verify that packages are available? But you can use the search. Do you mean that? I mean, you can search. Just give me a name. I already asked you for a name a couple of times. Oh, there is a Krita. So let's see if we can do GIMP like this. There is no GIMP, but there is Krita, right? Krita. There is Krita up. Hyperland is there, but it doesn't work on Debian. I tried. Look. I tried it 10 minutes ago. Doesn't work on Debian 12. Honestly, when I saw that Hyperland exists on Paxtel, I thought that this was the best use case for Paxtel so far, because I would like to have Hyperland on Debian stable, but it doesn't exist on Debian stable. At least Hyperland is such a moving target that Debian stable will never be a good place to run Hyperland from the official repository, right? It doesn't make sense. So if Paxtel could offer the latest Hyperland for Debian stable, that would be a good use case in my opinion. So you're trying to avoid Flatpaks. I fully agree what you just said with avoiding Flatpaks and trying to go as native as possible. And I wanted to join you by finding a good use case for Paxtel for me, but I haven't found it yet. That's what I'm saying. Because let me tell you what I use on my main system. Let me show you. Logitech capture. Okay, you're now watching my main computer. You're now watching my main computer, and let's go to the I use Hyperland, yeah. Flatpak list. Okay, so this is what I use from Flatpaks. So let's see if Paxtel could replace some of this for me if I would switch to Debian again. So AnyDesk. Okay, Let's try AnyDesk. But AnyDesk, I think that actually has a Debian package natively on their website. AnyDesk. Okay, let's go with AnyDesk and download Linux Debian. Yeah, it has a Debian package. Okay, so this is a no case for Paxtel. Let's go more. Brave. Brave, I know for a fact that it has a Debian repository, which I use on Debian. So this is a no case for Paxtel. FlatCL you don't need if you avoid Flatpaks. OBS Studio is available in Debian. Maybe if you want the latest version of OBS Studio, okay, let's say that you really need the latest version and not the one in Debian. Let's go with Paxtel. Let's see if we can get the latest OBS natively, right? Actually, let's go to OBS Studio web page first and see what they offer for Linux. For Linux, they offer FlatHub, and I know why. Officially as a PPA for Ubuntu. Click here for other options. Debian for virtual camera, prerequisites, okay. Supported builds, unofficial builds. So there is an unofficial for Debian. Okay, so let's see if this is a good case for Paxtel. Paxtel, browse packages, OBS. OBS Studio version 31. I think this is a lot newer than what Debian has. Debian has like 28 or 29. Packages Debian org. Okay, let's go with OBS Studio on the stable. Yeah, version 29. Okay. Okay, we have found my first use case for Paxtel. I would use OBS Studio from there. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead and do that right now. HDMI capture. Okay. In Debian, okay. Paxtel OBS -i OBS Studio Deb. Okay, so the first next case after the first case that failed, which was Hyperland, is once again not possible on Debian 12. So once again we have a no case for Paxtel, and Paxtel is now in a really rough position with me, and I'm really trying to find a use case for that. Jump and Bump, whatever, Devolution, whatever, you can just download it in a gazillion ways, this game. These guys are actually amazing programmers. This is Diablo 1 video game, rewritten from scratch. Fedora Media Writer, whatever. That's it. Also Kdenlive. Kdenlive. Okay, let's see if I can do Kdenlive. Kdenlive. Actually, let's go to Paxtel directly. Kdenlive. Let's pretend that Kdenlive doesn't have a Debian package and Paxtel doesn't have Kdenlive. And we are now finished with my FlatHub. Paxtel did not managed to replace my my FlatHub usage. And let me reassure you, I would love to get rid of FlatHub and do everything natively. It's just it's not that practical in any distribution. Whether you're doing the Debian stable or even Debian SID, if you're that kind of person, or Arch Linux, there is always something missing, and you always have to find your ways around, and you end up with a couple of app images, with a couple of snaps maybe, with a couple of Flatpaks. You use a little bit of Packstyle, but I need to find a use case for that, and I'm not hiding. I will find it eventually, but for now it's not a good look. Angel says it's not that useless because for some... Oh, yeah, I already read that. Uri says I'd need to know what to look for specifically. I think you are asking that to Angel or to me, or is it a Gamescope session? A question. Angel, and if it exists on Debian unstable, then could be possible to make Nitrux work on that mode. I mean in unstable mode. Angel, I'm not sure if Uri answered, but there is no reason why you cannot run Debian unstable on Nitrux. It is really easy. Exit the Debian distrobox, right? So distrobox, create Debian unstable, and it's trying to fetch Fedora. This means that the Debian unstable is not listed in the containers list. Let's try with SID. No. 13. No. Okay, Uri, help me out. Help me out. Let's install Debian SID. Where is the file? Uri, can you remind me where is the file that contains all of the Docker distributions list, so I can add Debian unstable to the list? Distrobox create -n Debian. Okay, let's call it -n SID -i, and then Debian unstable. Okay, we're good. We're getting unstable, but we could have transitioned stable to unstable as well, so no big problem, but this is easier. Distrobox, enter SID, and install git as a first command. Angel, I understand completely what you're talking about. Don't think that my attitude means that I am telling you that you're wrong. I actually agree with you, but you're not getting my point. I'm trying to apply your vision of Packstyle to myself. Do you understand what I'm doing? I'm trying to find a use case for me, not for you. You have already found your use case. You're happy. SID is still doing its ignition. Sudo apt install git. Okay, sudo apt -u full upgrade. Let me just catch up with SID fully, so it is fully up to date, right? Okay. Angel, what would you like to use from SID? What software? I'm trying to think what I would use from SID that is not available. Let's say Kdenlive. I use that software, Kdenlive. Okay, sudo apt install Kdenlive. Kdenlive from SID. Okay, it will pull everything that it needs. That's very much expected. Sorry, I'm reading through Nitrux documentation while apt is doing its thing. Okay, I think Angela, you're going to like this. What we are doing with SID and Kdenlive on DistroBox on Nitrux Inception kind of thing, right? Well, if someone is tired from have to build, okay, I read that already. Mainly the kernel, the init, app, armor, flatpak, etc. Okay. Rehash. Okay. The command. What did I just install? Kdenlive, right? Kdenlive. Okay. Let's see where it is installed. Which Kdenlive? So Kdenlive is in Debian SID in user bin Kdenlive. So let's do the DistroBox export minus up and then Kdenlive. Okay, so if you're paying attention, Angel, I have now exported Kdenlive from my container, and I can simply minimize all of these applications, right? And also my browser, and go to the Nitrux launcher, right? So if you go to multimedia here, you can see that we have Kdenlive on SID. I don't know if it's too tiny for you to read, but it said Kdenlive in parentheses on SID, right? So the SID means the name of the container that I have given it to. So when I click this icon in Nitrux, what happens is that I get SID Kdenlive, right? So from this perspective, it is kind of, it is an exception, right? But it works very nicely. We can do, I don't know, we can do a template title, right? Whatever, we can add it to here, and then we can do the, where is the menu here? I'm a bit confused about Kdenlive menu, but let's save this. So for example, if you would go to Dart, my folder, to desktop, okay, and let's say that we are doing the Kdenlive and save. Okay, so you can see that we have saved it to the to my actual Nitrux desktop, right? So Kdenlive is like fully transparent and quite literally on our Nitrux, right? Angel said, and it's more oriented for productivity, not exactly a catchy OS goal, which is to have even the last drop of performance. The same software that I normally use on Arch, which would be the latest version of Kdenlive or GIMP or Lutris. Latest version of, did you say Visual Studio Code or Versus Code? Latest version of LibreOffice. Well, everything that you just counted, if this is available in SID, then we can get it in the exact same way as I did it now. Because SID is always new, so it will always give you to the best of their abilities, right? Newer versions, right? You can compile the cache.js kernel in a container and package it to use it with Nitrux. The change logs details the performance changes I've made in the distribution over the years. I feel like Uri is giving you a lot of controls into your hands over the operating system, but I also think this is good if you want to fully understand what you can do with your operating system. I think this makes sense to properly learn. Let me just intentionally reboot this system because I want to test something. I want to reboot and immediately click on Kdenlive. Just like that. I need to understand, do I need to run the container first, or will the container run itself with Kdenlive icon clicking? Angel, could you not squeeze a third operating system on the same SSD and resize? Or do you have, is that a desktop PC? Maybe you can get a cheap, get a cheap SATA SSD, like 250 gigabytes. Those are really, really cheap. If you have room for another SATA drive. I reboot the operating system, I click on Kdenlive, and Kdenlive starts. What else can I want, right? To be honest, like to be really honest, when I first read, this was a year ago, when I first read that every thing that is missing on Nitrux is being done by the means of DistroBox, and I'm talking about stuff that is not possible with Flatpak, right? Even if you want to avoid Flatpak, right? So stuff like Emacs, right? You cannot use Emacs as a Flatpak. That doesn't make sense. So whenever I heard that this is in Nitrux, this is being done through DistroBox, I have had a lot of the rejection to this very notion. But now that I have done this, like installed Kdenlive through the SID, background. That's the wrong word, of course. I meant something else. But you know, SID is giving me a hand to have Kdenlive literally clickable in a start menu of, let's call it a start menu, right? Of Nitrux, right? When I do this, right, I press the start button, I press the super button, and I go to the multimedia and I go to Kdenlive. I don't have any feelings that this is inside some SID, right? Because it gives me every functionality that I need. It is a native package, not a Flatpak, and it is accessing my folder, right? My home folder. It is not accessing the container folder, but my own. So there is, if one can step over this boundary that has been troubling me for the past year, now I understand that this is a legit good way to do things. And I'm not saying that I'm now going to transition to an immutable distribution over the night, but now I understand that this is in fact more than usable, like not in a bad way. It is actually fine. Now all that it remains is that can you appreciate what Nitrux as a base is giving you? That is the last question for basically everyone who will want to do this thing. Mark Carpenter, hello and welcome in. Debian SID should have a very recent version of most software. Yes, I think we all know that, but thank you for confirming. I think we all agree with that statement. It is not always bleeding edge, but if you want the absolute bleeding edge, you can go one step above Debian SID unstable. There is one more step above that, so you can always go to the end of the end of the road, which is Debian experimental. Uri says, in broad terms, Nitrux is a general use desktop system, as most desktop distributions are. So it is up to whoever uses it for what they want. Angel says, you know, I respect having containers for things, but I just feel uncomfortable about using containers for things. No, it's a laptop with two SSDs, one for cache and another for Nobara. Okay. Yes, I understand that it is getting crowded on your laptop. I understand it very, very much. So nothing special that I can recommend to you at this point. So what I do is so what I showed you is a ThinkPad T580. You can get those for roughly 200 euros, sometimes even 150. But let's say 200 euros, right? T580 or the 14-inch T480. And this laptop is really high quality and perfect for tinkering. So, you know, like a spare computer for learning new things. The thing that you're not afraid to run over with a new operating system, right? Because you don't really hold anything dear to you on it. That's exactly what I use this one for. Whenever I want to test something new, I just run over the last thing I had on it, because I never keep anything personal on this particular laptop. Other thing that I don't know about some packages, especially Flatpak ones, but not limited to, but why some apps change your default cursor icon for that black one? I think that could be related to GNOME something, but if we are talking about Flatpaks, it could be some GNOME something inside Flatpak related to desktop portals. I don't know, Linux is not perfect, but if you want to study desktop portals and how that works, maybe you will get a better sense on what's going on, but it could be something Flatpak related. Uri says Flatpaks needs a runtime that includes the theme that you're using. It's a part of the sandbox. Yeah, that as well. That as well, but I'm not sure if Angel meant the theme thing, but the cursor thing. Angel is tempted to put Nitrux next to Cache OS. Let me help you out quickly. Let's see if we can do that on stream, but hopefully it won't take too long. What's the time anyway? 9:17. Okay. Yes, it's a Lenovo, right? It's a Lenovo T580. Are you replying to me showing you a laptop right now? That's a really big delay because I showed you a laptop like 3 minutes ago. What I'm doing now, I want to quickly install any Linux on this laptop and then install Nitrux next to it. So let's see what will install the fastest of these. Debian, I know how fast that installs. Trixie, the same thing. Dev1, the same thing. FreeBSD, definitely not. OpenMandriva. Nitrux server Ubuntu. Zorin. I don't know, I feel like Debian will install the fastest out of all of these things. Okay, let's just install Debian the quickest way possible without too much, without doing too much to it, right? Because we don't care about Debian now, we care about putting Nitrux next to something, right? Okay, here we go. I will not install anything graphical so we don't waste time on something that we will never even use. Okay. Intel Ethernet card. hostname Debian, domain name not important, root password not important, full name for the new user Dart, username Dart, password this one, password this one. Please try again. No, it's fine. Okay, time zone, America. Partitioning. Okay, let's do the manual thing so it doesn't fill up my entire drive. Manual, and then let's go ahead and remove everything. Let's remove everything. Delete the partition. Yeah, probably some YouTube delay. I'm trying to read your messages as soon as you say them, to the best of my abilities. Okay, let's delete all of the partitions from my hard drive. Okay, did I? Sorry, I almost deleted Ventoy. That would be a grave mistake. Ventoy has 2 partitions and free space. USB. Okay, I don't know what I did. I forgot that Ventoy is listed here. Partition disks once again. Sorry, I rushed it. Okay, let's remove swap. Now I'm paying attention. Okay, internal drive is clean. Create a new partition. New partition size 1 gigabyte to the beginning. Name use as ESP. Okay, FE system partition. Done setting up this one. Let's go with free space here. Create a new partition. This one will be like, let's say, I don't know, 100 gigabytes. That is too much for what I'm doing, but doesn't matter for this demo. ext4 is fine, mount point slash, this is fine, everything is fine, no bootable flags, of course. Done setting up the partition, and we are going to give it some swap, which will be like 20 gigs to the beginning. Use as swap. I think we can use the same swap for 2 operating systems. I never done it before actually, but I think that should be perfectly doable because there is no reason why not. Done setting up the partition, and now we have 900 gigabytes of free space for later for Nitrux. Finish partitioning. Write changes, yes. I actually did not read this message when you sent it. So right now I'm watching this stream on my Windows partition. Don't blame me. Sometimes I need Windows for doing things, but there on Windows I will download Nitrux and put it on my Vento USB. I absolutely have nothing against anyone using what they need to get stuff done, right? If you need to use Windows, use Windows. It's just that I'm a fan of Linux and free software, so the way I do things is like you and Flatpaks, right? I try to stay away from Windows as much as I can. At home, I don't have Windows because I don't need them. But at work, I have a virtual machine, Windows virtual machine, because I have one application that I must use for work that is Windows only, and it's simply not working well with wine or bottles or whatever. It kind of works, but it's very buggy when I run it through wine with any configuration, and I tried a lot of different combinations with wine, and simply it's always buggy in the same way, and it's slowing down my actual performance at work. So I have to have Windows Virtual Machine just for this one stupid application. Use a network mirror. Let me just move my face. That's not what I wanted to move. Camera. Let's put it here. Use a network mirror, yes. Not so far. We need a mirror in here. You hope that it wasn't an important partition? Yeah, I have exited the partitioner because I was afraid that I have deleted something from my Ventoy. Because my Ventoy, look, this is my Ventoy from which we are installing Debian right now. So I was afraid that I accidentally deleted Ventoy partition because I forgot that Debian partitioner will list both the laptop hard drive and the Ventoy hard drive as hard drives, right? You can install Debian to external hard drive, right? Connected via USB. So I just exited the partitioner and run it again, like undo changes, right? Or discard changes that were never applied. And then I was being careful one more time to delete only everything on my laptop. I actually use swap to file on my personal PC. I don't think it's more efficient. I think it's pretty much the same because swap file will the way swap file is created. Yes, the way swap file is created is it will take a part of your SSD and it will not behave that much differently than the actual swap partition, and especially on SSD, which doesn't have a beginning and the end. It's always writing to a new place, right? So maybe you can read more about it on the somewhere on the internet, but to the best of my knowledge, it will not make a big of a difference or any tangible difference to the best of my abilities, right? To understand this topic. But I use swap file not for performance reasons. I use swap file because I want my storage to be the entire hard drive. So if I at one point decide to decrease the swap file or increase it, I just do it, you know. I don't need to tinker with resizing partitions. I just kill one file and create a new one as a new swap file, depending on whether I want to increase it or decrease it. It's much easier to handle if you have the need to change the size of swap sometime down the line. You know, that's all. That's the only reason why I keep it as a swap file. And if you are tight with space at some point, you can just delete the swap file completely and temporarily not have a swap. Okay, we have installed Debian. So let's just boot Debian once and verify that everything is fine with that operating system, right? Before we install Nitrux next to it. There we go. Okay, there's nothing to upgrade. Let's sudo reboot. Put Ventoy back in. Uri, if you're still here, would you recommend me to do the manual partitioning now that I'm putting Nitrux next to Debian, or can I tell the Calamares to just put Nitrux next to an existing operating system and use the free space? Or maybe Angel, you have your wishes. Do you want me to go with manual partitioning now for Nitrux? I haven't done manual partitioning for Nitrux previously, so we're going to have to understand if there is anything special that needs to be done. Nitrux boot. Okay. Boot. Gaming in Nitrux, installing other desktops in Nitrux, how to install Nitrux. Okay, I'm just reading some tutorials. Both will work, however, the automated partitioning options will use the percentages. Okay. Oh, not connected to power. I have unplugged it at some point to show you the laptop. Good thing that Calamares is aware of not being connected to power, because I would otherwise forget this. Next, let's go with Europe. Next, enter your name, Dart, Nitrux. Okay, enable automatic login. Actually, we can disable it this time and disable that because my password is shit. Next, and okay, how do you see this? Is it zoomed in enough? So what we are going to do, we are going to, I don't know how is this in Croatian? I didn't select, I will translate what it says. So this says manual partitioning. I don't know how did it detect my language. What did I do? But yeah, so good. Now we have what we have already created for Debian, right? So the first one is EFI, the second one being the whole system, and then we have swap, right? So let's go ahead and see if we can mark this partition as EFI so that Nitrux can reuse the same partition, the same EFI partition as Debian uses, because there is no point of having two. Let's see. I am not that good with Calamares, to be honest. This says keep, this says format. Mount point. Mount point will be boot EFI. Like, should I type EFI here? But how do I tell it? When connected to the internet, we configured Calamares to change the language automatically. Okay, so in the first installation, I did not have the Ethernet cable connected immediately. I have connected it sometimes in the middle of the Calamares thing, right? This is a bit unfortunate for you guys because you don't understand what this says. But if you have experience with Calamares, then just give me a hint how to tell Calamares that this is EFI partition. I suppose it is already in GPT partition table. It's already marked as EFI, so that should be enough. Plus the mount point for Nitrux, right? I suppose this is fine. But Calamares is not telling me that this is. I'm just worried that I'm not giving it heads up that this in fact is an EFI partition, but the partition is already marked as being EFI, so the UEFI bootloader, pre-bootloader will detect it properly, to the best of my understanding. So let's go ahead and create more new partition, right? Oh no, this is not stupid creation. How do I? Oh, free space. Free space, create size. Can I go with 100G? I can't go with G at all. So Calamares doesn't understand gigabytes, just megabytes. Okay, let's go with 100 megabytes and 3 more zeros to get 100 gigabytes. So what we want with this is we want the root. How big do we want root to be actually? Uri, what did you say that the size for a root should be? At least 14. Okay, let's make it 50 then. 1, 5. Okay, now it's 50 gigs. Is it? Yeah, it is. Okay, we will give it XFS file system. We will not encrypt it. Mount point is /. Name is nxroot, and the last part, the root directory only uses about half. Oh, okay. It can be 50 gigs for now because this is just a demo. I will run over it, over this whole installation many more times. Do I need to select something down here in Calamares? I'm actually confused with my own language because it's a bit not that good translated. Boot diag hidem lba. Normally when I do that I select boot FE and I select boot on the mounting field. But I am asking now about the root partition. What is this? What is root? I don't think I need to select anything here. Okay. Then we're done. But we can go back to this one just to check this. Okay, so it's boot. Okay. I can't just use / because I'm reading the manual for Nitrux OS. I want to do what the manual says. So I want to go to free space and I want to create a new partition. And the new partition will be called nx home, right? So home, I will mount to /home, right? And the partition table will be f2 okay, f2fs. So I'm just doing this exactly like the manual says, but actually let's do home. We can do home in the end, I suppose. Sorry that I interrupted this. Let's do the var lib first. Okay, var lib with f2fs, and we will nx var lib. Okay, this should be how big? What are the sizes? You hope it has Butterfile system? I don't know if the root can be Butterfile system, but for the home folder I would suspect you can put whatever you want. Uri, does your tutorial for the installation not say how big the partitions should be? It mentions percentages in the documentation. I'm watching the web page. It mentions a lot of percentages, but not minimum sizes. Angel, you will not ever write anything to root anyway, so Uri, I'm trying to find what are the minimum sizes of partitions, right? For varlib, I cannot predict how much I need for that. %. It says 10% from the hard drive. I mean, do I really need var? Yeah, I need varlib since the root is immutable. Okay, I understand why we need more partitions. Okay, let's give it 10 gigabytes for now, and later we will think about it a bit deeper. Varlib is 10 gigabytes. Angel, you use Butterfile system on root, on CacheOS, and on other distributions, right? But why do you need to specify your own partitioning? Not partitioning. Why do you need to specify your own file system for something to which you will never write anything, right? Why do you care which file system it is if you're not going to actually use it? You said I use Butter file system on root, but on Nitrux you will not use root. Whichever file system you put, you will not use that partition. Okay, while you're discussing which file system to put on a partition which you will never use, I'm going to finish the installing. Okay, so we have, okay, we can edit swap. Oh, this is already recognized. Okay, then we don't need to do that, to do anything here. We have varlib, we have bootffi, we have root, we have, okay, now it only needs home. Now it only needs home, and home will be Butter file system, just as both Angel and I like, which will be the remainder of my SSD. To home, nx home, right? Okay, so this one is Butter file system. We have swap, we have varlib, we have home, we have root, we have ESP. So at this stage, it should be okay. Debian SID within the distro box, that will not be on the X file system. That will be on Butter file system. I'm just saying. So if you're using new software from Debian SID through DistroBox, this will be installed on Butterfile system, and it will be as fast as Butterfile system goes, right? Because you will only use XFS for booting and some basic stuff. I believe I did not do any mistakes, but I'm usually a bit careless during the live stream. So if I killed my laptop now, then I apologize for taking your time. Uri, well, where does DistroBox put its container? In home or in varlib? If it goes to varlib, then maybe I should have made it larger. Okay, so in the home. Good. So we get all of the latest software by the power of Paxtal and Debian packages and SID and DistroBox all on Butterfile system. Angel, as far as I know, XFS is known as one of the most stable file systems. Don't know if that means anything to you, and don't know how relevant that is now that most file systems are fairly stable, right? But XFS is one of the most stable ones. So from that perspective, it is the least likely that it will have a data integrity issue. And I'm not talking about ZFS or zettabyte file system. That one is usually not used as a boot partition on any Linux. The installation is getting near the finish line, and then we're going to find out if I have done this correctly. Angel, I think you may have rushed it a little bit when you said that it is a deal breaker, because I think you need to grasp, and I'm not talking down on you. I'm just trying to hand over some of my Nitrux experience, because when I first saw Nitrux, I'm going to be very open about this, because I'm always open about my thoughts. When I first saw Nitrux, I was I need to describe the proper feeling. I know it in my language, but I can't translate to English. I'm going to try to describe it, to describe the feeling in a round way. Maybe you can give me the English word for that. I felt as Nitrux is doing things in ways that I am not used to. Therefore, I hate it. Do you understand what I'm saying? So when I first saw Nitrux, it did things in a very, very different way than I have been doing it for tens of years. And this created a lot of friction on me. And I wanted to say this sucks. But then I thought to myself, I am presenting, let's say, educational content to people. People will watch what I'm saying. I need to watch my mouth. This is all a thought process in my head, right? So then I went ahead and said, I tried to use this as a noob, basically without reading the manual, and it didn't quite work out. Let me just log in. Didn't quite work out, but at least I said that I didn't read too much of the documentation. I tried to use it the way I always use Linux distribution, right? So first of all, Nitrux is very different than a lot of other stuff, and immutable distribution by the core design are very different as a category from regular ones, right? Sorry for interrupting what I'm saying, but this is the first time I see. Oh, I know why. Okay. I need to unify outputs, right? Okay. Let's go to settings and fonts. Where were fonts? This, oh, down there. Sorry, I did not scroll. Let's go with 16. Exit. Okay, so what I was saying is that I think for a lot of people, doing things in ways that are different than what works for you causes various degrees of friction and rejection, right? It, I mean, I didn't use Nitrux that much. Maybe it would be a shorter process, but as I said, I used it for the first time a year ago. And I'm very honest when I say I kind of hated it. I mean, I liked some of the things, but then some of the things I hated because they are not designed the way I like, right? It is different. So why hate something different? It took me a while to understand some things, how it works. And once again, I'm still being honest, I still don't use it because I'm a kind of guy who does not distro hop until the distribution that I use stops being useful for me. And then I try to solve the problem by finding a new one which solve this problem that I'm currently having, right? But I love to understand how things work, and the only way to do that is by trying out things, learning, gaining some experience. That's why I have this demo laptop here, which was pretty affordable, right? But actually, I have two laptops. I bought one, one only, but this is all a part of my learning process, right? The only way to appreciate not the technical things, but the only way to appreciate the engineering is by doing your best to understand the engineering and why this is done in this way. I'm just going to quote you a little bit. I hate XFS being mandatory on this distribution because I want this file system, and if I cannot have this file system, then this distribution sucks. Of course, you didn't say that, but it kind of gives this vibe of I did not yet invest enough effort into understanding the engineering behind this distribution. And I think, and now from now on I'm talking like a noob. I think once you understand why things are done in a way that they are, then you might appreciate why they are done that way, and maybe, just maybe, you are going to become an XFS fan, and to the next distribution maintainer you're going to say that his distribution sucks because it uses Butterfile system because you now like XFS. I'm of course making a joke, but I wanted to open up a little bit myself to give you what Nitrux did to me on my first attempt. And I think that was a wrong reaction from me, but just as well, I think a lot of people have this reaction toward Nitrux, and after a bit more time with Nitrux, I think this is a wrong reaction to have, and I'm not saying that people do it intentionally. It's just that a lot of our Linux experience is built around an existing. Once again, I need a word in English. Mold. I think mold is the word I want. We have this Linux knowledge mold that we have been nurturing for many years, and now someone arrives and kind of squishes it and makes it. Now it's a cube. It's no longer a sphere, right? And we don't want cubes. We want spheres. I hope I didn't talk too much like this monologue, right? I just wanted to speak my mind on my own experience. I'm not at all talking about you or anyone else. This is purely about myself, right? What country am I from? I'm from Croatia. It's a Slavic country. I can understand Czech people speaking. I can understand Polish people speaking. I can understand Slovenians speaking. I can understand Russians speaking. I can understand Ukrainians speaking. I can understand Bosnians, Serbs speaking, Montenegro people speaking. But as much as I talk in English, I still lack a lot of vocabulary in English language, right? I have 1 years of practice of talking to the camera, but this kind of practice doesn't broaden my vocabulary because I never hear other people talking, right? All of the words I use, all that I have learned during my 1 year of YouTube practice is basically talking to myself and simply becoming faster at assembling sentences in English, right? But from the existing vocabulary that I have. So what would help me in the long run is to talk to real people, right, and not to the camera, in order to gain more words to wield, right? Let me just catch up with some chat. Okay, you said that is completely normal when you're saying about adapting. It happened to me when I was using Fedora, which is nice. Then I tried Arch, and I know I felt that was my place. And since that I'm using Arch. I use Arch, by the way, as well. You thought that I was from Sweden? Yeah, I have no clue about Swedish language, or no connections with them whatsoever. Let's go ahead and reboot to see if Debian survived my tinkering, right? Let's go and reboot. Okay, Nitrux has prepared Debian boot entry for us to click. So if we click, it is now booting something, and here we are. We have booted successfully in Debian. Okay, so Debian has survived. Let's reboot back into Nitrux just to see our partitioning table from a new point of view. I think this parallel installation was a pure success. We have just one FE partition for the grub bootloader. We have just one swap as a partition. Okay, we could make it a file, but if we have two operating systems and two swaps, then we will use double the space on our hard drive for those two swap files, unless you have a joint data folder of sorts and you keep your swap file there. In theory, I think you can put swap file on the home folder. I don't see what would stop you from doing that, but I guess you could share your home folder between two operating systems. But you said that you have home as a part of your root on the existing Linux. So I don't know how will that work for you. You will need to rethink some of the design, some of the partition design. Okay, back into the Nitrux, right? Okay. We don't have Debian mounted here because we would not expect that to happen anyway. NVMe 0 and 1. Okay, so just one more time, right? We have a FE file system which I have made oversized just because I can. Then we have a 93 gigabytes of Debian root file system with everything. Then we have 18 gigs of swap, and then we have 48 gigs for the root, for the immutable root of Nitrux, and this is our var lib, which needs to be a separate partition from root because I would make an educated guess that we need var lib to be writable like permanently. So that's the most logical conclusion I can make without reading the instructions. So that's why it's outside of the immutable core. And then we have home, which is the rest of our hard drive. And we're now going to exit. And what I wanted to do after seeing partitions is swap. Yeah, swap. Okay, let's see htop. Swap is actually not working. Okay, so Calamares actually did not detect swap. So let's fix that. Okay. Let's go ahead one more time. Where is the swap? Swap is on the partition 3, right? Swap on. Actually, let's nano, okay, sorry, sudo nano etc first tab. We have no nano. Okay. We have no vim. Okay, Uri, this is not good. I protest. I now protest. No nano and no vim. Do we have NeoVim? With what am I supposed to edit files? NeoVim or Nano cannot be that large. When doing manual partitioning, swap is not added. That is fine. I can fix it myself. But how big is Nano? Put it in. Put it in. Okay. Okay. Let's do some bash scripting. At its first tab. Okay. So what do we have here? Let me cheat a little bit. Oh shit, I cannot cheat because on my PC a swap is a swap file. Maybe I can. Maybe I can. Let's see. Swap on. Swap on. Can I turn on swap without changing fs tab? I think I can. Options, specifications, enable all swaps from fs tab. What if I just do swap on? Like sudo swap on. Nah, that doesn't work like that. Sorry, not that. Sudo swap on. Can I just do it blindly like dev nvme 0 and 1 p3? Yeah. Okay, that was easy. Okay, so we can just swap on and tell it which partition we need. And let's try to, okay, swap. Sorry, swap off. Okay, swap off. We have now disabled it again. Let's cut at its first tab. Okay, so let's do the echo dev nvme 0 and 1 p3, which will be none swap defaults 0 0 quotations, and let's send this as a last line to add its first tab with no editor. This is fine. Sudo. Oh, okay. Okay, this is I'm not in the right mindset for the for working with a non-writable partition. Angel says strange that it cannot be created. It is not strange. It is absolutely not strange. But I suppose we can. I suppose we can do this swap on as I don't know, maybe as a login command. You know, when we log in, that it automatically turns on swap. I think that should be doable. Oh, overlay root, ch root. Apologies for not reading the documentation. I'm trying to see if my logic is the same as the one who created this. Do I need a reboot to get this? Yeah, I think I need a reboot, right? My logic would tell me that now I need a reboot, but let's see what the documentation says. Okay, resources, tutorial. Yes, you need a reboot. Okay, let's do that then. Maybe there could be a fix for that. There's certain action that can be specified in Calamares. If it's just swap, then I wouldn't worry about it too much. If it's just swap, right? So if I typed the line in the etc tab correctly, then this should be working now. Okay, cut etc tab. Okay, so we have my line, and swap indeed works. So I would call this a win, and not too worthy of providing patches upstream to Calamares developers, unless you really want to. You know, Angel, when I switched to Arch Linux from many years on Debian, it was a lot of things are being done differently. There is some things that are done, you know, the Linux way, like handling systemd or whatever, you know, standard stuff that most Linux distributions do because of what is installed. But then some other things are not quite like on Debian, and it's still taking me some time to, after half a year of using Arch, it's still it's not how do I put it? I still don't know everything, right? I mean, I don't know everything on Debian either, but with Debian I am higher with experience than I am with Arch, and the only way I can catch it up is by stop using Debian and I use only Arch, right? But I still use Debian, so I keep learning everything that is useful for me, right? Debian is amazing as a server, which is something that I'm currently configuring for my home, doing some PeerTube personal hosting, and I will host the web server on my own server at home. Same Debian system, and probably Matrix server, Synapse, right? That thing I don't really need, but I want to give it a try. You know, experience, learning, and all that stuff. So I do want more system administration experience. I do some system administration at work, but not as much as I would like. So I do these things at home. Angel says, yeah, but you could create a bash script in a local bin to fix that, right? And then in the shell process final, you can enable this script through basic settings. I suspect you're talking to Uri and not to me. Guys, we have been on the stream for the record time ever that I did on stream, and tomorrow I am having yet another stream with people who are learning Linux with me. We are doing this basically. Let me just show you. Gotta do a little bit of advertisement, but not too much. Okay, so there is Linux Professional Institute. They have exams for Linux, which you can do to get yourself certified and maybe get better chances at getting a better job, or simply for your own learning pleasure, right? So I'm not really, don't want to really advertise them, but what I am doing is I'm learning with this material, right? Their material, which is LPIC 1 exam. I'm just gonna show it to you quickly. And we are doing this every Sunday, live on stream, and everyone who is learning Linux with me is actively participating in the chat on YouTube, right? So you can see what this is, right? Determine and configure hardware settings, booting the system, BIOS, UEFI, bootloader, system initialization, Linux initialization, package management, designing the hard disk layout, mount points, keeping things separated, logical volume management, swap. This is a lot of underlying knowledge that a lot of people are missing who use Linux, because Linux is really easy nowadays. Everything is, you take Ubuntu, everything is click, 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 and you have no idea what is going on under the hood. And maybe you would like to know. So group legacy versus group 2, we already did this lesson. Our lessons usually take about 4 hours, roughly. Debian package management, these are upcoming lessons, right? Use RPM, yum, and etc. This is all been building on top of each other, and everything is getting more and more complex because some of the higher up lessons are depending on at least remembering partially what we've been through in the previous lessons, and we're doing this once every week on Sunday. You can find the stream. Actually, let me just show you. Let me show you. youtube.com/Linux Renaissance. Okay. Give up on this. Reject. So many pop-ups. Okay, so if you go to my channel, you can see that we are doing something live right now. And you can see the next stream. It will be on your language, of course, but it's translated to Croatian for me. You can see that we have the next language. No, not so. Sorry, I can't speak anymore. 5 hours too much. The next live stream, it will tell you at what time in your time zone, and it says on the thumbnail which lesson we are doing. And if you click that, it says live in 20 hours. And if you go to more, it will tell you that we are doing this official material, right? Usually I have roughly about 15 people in the live chat. Most of them are talking and giving answers to the questions from the learning material, right? So it's quite alive. Actually, it's a lot more live than the chat that we have right now. Imagine people wanting to learn Linux, right? So this is quite awesome, if I can say that. And if you go to my live tab here, you can see my previous lesson here, streamed 5 days ago or something like that. You can see chat already live. Stream didn't even start yet. Let me just skip through this commercial. I don't have an ad blocker. So, you know, more commercials. But you can see the chat going on right here, right? Who is in telepath? Is that my voice being transcribed? Or I have never seen this. How can I skip this commercial? Oh, this is not my stream. How did I do that? Forget anything I said in the past minute. I'm being stupid. It's very late here. It is 10:30 p.m. I have been talking with myself for 5.5 hours. My brain is a sponge. And yeah, if you want to join me on learning Linux, you can check out my last stream to get an idea on what it feels like, how people are interacting in chat, what we are doing, what we are drawing. I don't think we drew anything last week, but this is pretty much everything what I wanted to say. And Angel says, for my own learning, it could be I watched a lot of Eric Dubas tutorials and the other Linux YouTubers. Yeah, I am very aware that there are more people who, do the learning thing. But I don't know if anyone is doing it live, just for people who are, on the live stream. Usually everyone does an offline recording and just puts it out there, which is also a perfectly good approach. I just want to, the thing is, I want to learn as well. Okay, I don't know everything. Of course I don't. I am far from there. And some of the guys in my live learning sessions on Sundays actually know a lot more than me, and they participate a lot, and I learn from them. Sometimes they learn from me. I am proud of that as well. Some of the guys know very little, but are very much try hard to do as many correct answers at the end of the lesson as they can. I appreciate these guys very much as well, because they really they really go and rewatch the entire stream once again after they have already participated, to get all of the, or as many answers correct as possible. So it's neat. I love it. Um, it's very engaging, and I'm going to yeah. One other thing, this LPIC 1 has as many lessons, which how do I say it? Since we are doing only one per week, the last one will be roughly in the beginning of summer, somewhere in June, I think. So we actually just started, like we only did 5 streams so far, and there will be like 25 total, roughly. So in June, I'm going to go to do my certification, and then I will give to the other people who will want to certify themselves. I will give them some insight from the exam to help them out, because I'm pretty sure I will pass it from the first attempt. I usually kind of try hard on these things, learn as much as I can so I don't fail. But when I'm done with the exam, then we're going to with LPIC 2, right? Level up to even harder content, right? But yeah, if you guys feel like chatting a couple of more minutes, I'm all up for that. We have 9 viewers in the chat, 10 even now, but nobody is really talking, right? There is a way to code in the bash script which partition exactly the one that user will use. I have the code somewhere on my old deprecated distro files, but if you're not going to get into, then it's not worth it. Yeah, that's out of my hands. I know that you're talking to Uri, but we done? I am probably going to just crash to bed at this point because it's roughly my bedtime. Whoever is still in chat, feel free to say something, I suppose. I made some mugs a couple of days ago, and I still haven't advertised this to literally anyone. I ordered the first one for myself to see what is it like. If you want to go head through the wall and test the mug with me, it's this website here. Good stream. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna eat something as well before sleeping, but not too much because then I can't sleep. I don't know. If you feel like I deserved a sub on YouTube, you can click on join my channel. I have made it just €1 for everyone who joins, and you will get all of my live stream learning materials from today, from the day of joining backwards to the first one. I'm kind of saving those for those who join the channel. It should be like €1 for Western countries, right? Could be less for South America, because that's how YouTube works. They change prices. My brain is so much a mush. I'm trying to remember what I wanted now to open. I wanted if you don't want to join my YouTube, maybe you want to support me on Patreon. I'm currently earning 0.9 euros per month because someone loves me. So it is what it is. I'm going to paste this as well to you, if just in case someone appreciates me that much. But if not, you're also very welcome. I am very happy to have done this long stream, and I'm also very not happy but grateful to Uri for joining us for this long. I really did not expect it to be this detailed, right? I mean, I did not really prepare for this. I just wanted to go as a normal user, head in first, and let's install, right? And let's talk Nitrux. Let's see what it is. Let's see how we can get something out of it. And you know, things kind of develop on their own, as you have seen during this stream. So thank you very much, Uri, for joining me. And thank you very much, everyone else who is still present. I can see number 9 on there on the left side. Angel, you can find Uri on Telegram primarily on their channel. I know I'm on both of their sides of the portal, right? But they have a bridge, so you can talk to them through Matrix Room as well. Good old Brave. Matrix Telegram, GitHub discussions, email. Okay. We're closing the shop, boys. You can find me on Matrix as well, but that's linked below this video. Let me shut down this laptop. Shut down. Okay, unplug, and we're done, right? You'll see if you can get into Telegram. Uri says, thanks for taking the time to make the stream. Yeah, you're welcome. I have had fun. And I don't... I have another question for you, but I will leave it for the chat, because it would take a lot longer to... It's another conversation, right? So I want to close the shop for now, but I do have one more question which I will hit in the chat, so that can be asynchronous, the remainder of the conversation. See you later, Angel. See you later, everyone. Still joined and still not talking in chat. I appreciate you as well. And have a nice day, America, and have